probably show my face. This is really loud. Is it loud for you guys? I'll stand over here. I have a big enough voice. I probably don't need it anyways. Um, Before the pandemic, which I apologize for saying the word the pandemic, I'm really tired of talking about the pandemic and hearing about it. But before the pandemic, we used to bring in a really large crowd, but we did offer online meeting opportunity. And we noticed over the years that we were starting to get kind of less and less in person and more in online. Um, that really set us up well for when the pandemic hit. We were able to, okay, this is a problem, JD. That's gonna go on the floor. That's fine. I'll stop using my hands. So when the pandemic hit, we were able to continue these meetings because we already had, virtual options set up. But now that the pandemic's over, as you can see, we're not getting that much of a crowd in person. So we're really looking at some creative ways to try and bring you guys back in. And we're just engineers, so by creative, I use that term loosely. So today we actually have some speakers for you guys, and I think we're going to be looking at some other ideas for future meetings. If you guys have any ideas on how you want to interact with these meetings and other ideas for bringing people in, please let me know. We prefer to see you in person than online because it's a great networking opportunity, especially, during breaks. We get to talk to each other, bring up, crazy ideas and thoughts that you guys have and move innovation forward. So not that I'm dissing those of you that are online. I think any participation is better than no participation. I think also the rumor is true that Donnelly is going to be in the house. I'm surprised that didn't bring out a bigger crowd. Maybe we should have announced that more. I don't know where he is, but he'll be here in a little bit. And we don't want these meetings to be just about updates. We don't want you guys just sitting here listening to us give updates all day long, because we could do that just by posting stuff online or through other videos. So if you guys have ideas of things you want to hear about, let us know. More interactive things, let us know. I also we've been working with communications on posting our L&D Volume 3. So one piece of feedback I need from you guys, which it doesn't have to be this minute, you guys can talk to the guys on your breaks about this. Communications wants us to put our L&D Volume 3 HTML only out on the web. They have a way that you could push a button and make it download in a PDF. I don't know if you guys have a preference to how you view it, if you like it online, if you prefer a PDF version. So that's something that we're talking about. I think L&D Volume 1 has already went fully HTML. So if you guys have any preferences, let me know. The one problem we did find is that we were doing PDF, communications wanted HTML, both were posted and they didn't match. So that we can't have. We're going to do one or we're going to do the other. So I need to figure out what will work best for you guys. So I want to thank everyone. I'm not sure who's all speaking today. I didn't actually look at the agenda. Sorry, JD. But I want to thank everyone that is coming in to speak. I'm really excited to have other people talk. I think you guys hear from the staff enough. And before I kick it off into the meeting, I had a couple of things I want to talk about quickly with you guys, some housekeeping type things like OTEC. In case you guys did not get the 1,000 emails from OTEC over the last couple of months asking for abstracts, we have till April 5th to submit abstracts. I have the opportunity to add stuff later, but I really would like to see the abstracts come in by April 5th so we get an idea of what people want to present on. So I encourage you to bring your innovative ideas and projects that you're working on. It doesn't just have to be ODOT projects or Ohio projects. Anything you guys want to present, anything cool you guys are doing, please submit an abstract for us. We're looking for success stories such as using models, BIM, and then any other innovative solutions. And we also have tried to include some surveying stuff in our track as well for surveyors. So we're looking for some interesting survey topics as well. So speaking of 3D models and BIM, I know a lot of you have been hearing over the past couple years that we've been working on these initiatives, but you probably noticed it's been a really slow crawl for us to getting traction on these, getting any of these to move forward. I'm happy to say that we do have a 3D modeling pilot project. Unfortunately, I can't really talk about it because they're still negotiating the contract. That should be awarded in the next couple of weeks. I will say it's a small project in District 2, and they are going to be using models to go from design to construction. So we're really excited to see that happen. We worked closely with the Construction Office of Alternative Delivery and with District 2. So that's a great collaboration, and I think it's going to be a really exciting project. Additionally, we are working on the next round of BIM strategic planning. We are really hoping to have something published by the end of this summer. It's going kind of slow because it's not our primary function here to do this kind of work. So this is kind of our second job that we're all kind of working on it behind the scenes. So that's why that's moving a little bit slow. But I feel like we don't want to leave that stagnant. I think every couple of years we need to update our plan and where we want to go. That way everybody can kind of move with us. And then lastly, I want to say that I love the team I work with. I always make a habit of trying to hire people smarter than me, and I would say that these people up here are probably the smartest group of people we have at ODOT. They're also funny. I love coming to work and working with them every day. Thank you. Thank you. I don't get a chance to thank them publicly very much. So with that, enjoy your meeting. You guys cannot just pop into the third floor to see me anymore because we're locked down. But if anybody wants anything from me, let the guys know, and they can either call me to come down or bring you up. Thanks.
Thanks. I didn't pay her to say that compliment either, so just want to be clear there. So we got a couple things I wanted to go over first, and then we'll get into the content, better content at least. So some housekeeping stuff. Anyone who's in person, make sure you sign in at the computer outside. That's how we send out the CPDs. Sorry if you're online. We only give CPDs for in-person attendees. The video will be posted too on our wiki page, so there's a link there. The page exists. Obviously, there's nothing on there yet. So tomorrow I'll get all that up and hopefully send out the CPDs and anyone who missed it that wants to see the recording or the PowerPoint. It'll be all up there. I do want to mention for the online, just make sure you guys are like muting yourselves. I don't think I have the sound on for you guys if you try to talk. So if you guys have questions online, make sure you're using the chat. The guys over here will try to monitor and make sure we're not missing your guys' questions. So a couple general reminders. Hopefully everyone knows we did switch our emailing system over to GovDelivery. So if I send an email to anyone, you notice at the bottom I have the link to sign up. There's also a link here, which if anyone's on the Teams meeting, they should be sending these links out as I bring them up. But when you sign up, there's two kind of subsections that you can sign up for in our CAD and mapping. Is the CAD engineering standards and then the L&D volume 3. Last time I looked, it seemed like it was pretty close to the same. So I don't know if there's too many people that only want L&D, not CAD. So I think I've mentioned this before, but did want to bring it up again in case you guys weren't aware that we did move our CAD manual into L&D volume 3 now, as well as our electronic design deliverables document got moved into L&D volume 3 as well. So we kind of tried to make an effort to bring all of the manuals into one spot. So those two sections were added the past couple of updates that we had. So, and if you're on our website, the pages should bring you all over to L&D volume 3. For the time being, eventually we'll get rid of those other pages, but in case people were used to going there, wanted to kind of give them a way to get to where it was moved to. So another update, it's been around. I don't think many people have really known about it or done anything about it. So working with the Office of Hydraulics, in their manual, L&D volume 2, it does say that all type A and type B conduits that are greater than or equal to 12 inches should have a CFN number. So I think everyone's pretty much always doing the type A's, but the type B's are getting missed. So we are going to update the sample planes. The one that we just added about the table approach, we're going to add a column in for that. Try to make it more visible that they want that. And there's a couple reasons. I think a lot of it stems from the construction side and their inventory and inspection side of what they need to maintain. So that is something that has been in L&D Volume 2, but it hasn't really been, I guess, in the sample plans or really brought forward from our side. So working with Office of Hydraulics, that's what we kind of came up with, try to make it more visible to make sure more people are aware of this. And just to be clear, you can't just make up a CFN number. You do have to like go through the proper like ODOT people to get those numbers. So to be a lookout for that. All right, so now just brief overview of the agenda. I'm sure everyone's seen it. I think we got a pretty good agenda. As Rachel mentioned earlier, thanks to all the presenters that are coming in. I do have a highlight slide at the end with all our names on it. So that can be any one of you, right? So if anyone's interested in presenting, please let us know. But we'll start with the morning. It's going to be more of us giving you some updates on different things. And then the afternoon is going to be consultants coming in and giving some pretty good presentations. So with that, we're going to move on to the first topic, which is just the workspace updates. And I think Matt's going to start off and then I'm going to finish.
This is my best slide, by the way. So when we put out the invite or the registration, we had asked what topics people kind of wanted to see, and it took a while to kind of gather all those. I kind of tried to a few slides later, I go into a little more detail on a couple of things, but Open Bridge Modeler, there have been a lot of questions recently on where the status is, and really all I can say is it's coming soon. I don't want to make excuses. It's just fell off the radar a little bit. Other priorities came up, things that we needed to focus on. I've tried to clear out my plate, and it is like right at the top, and it's going to become a priority of mine. So we're getting there. The longer explanation is Bentley was working with us to create some generative components for the abutment cells that we have, and they did that and provided them to us. My first attempts at using them, the whole software would crash, and so I need to just get back and figure out what I was doing wrong. I suspect it was just user error on my part, but that's the only update I can provide on OBM at the moment. As far as just our Open Roads Designer workspace updates, I just tried to pull out some of the noteworthy things if you want to find, or what's changed since the last user group meeting in September. So we just had 2 updates this year, January and March. If you want to find more detail, you can look at the running update log to give a comprehensive list of things. There is a new app JD's going to talk about a little bit later, the Workset Importer. And this is going to take the zip files that you create at the end of the project and bring them into our project-wise data source. So when we receive that, we can just automatically extract it right into our project internally. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, it should work if consultants want to exchange zip files between each other as well. Few apps went away. They were replaced. The Monument Report app is replaced with the geometry points. The old project indexer app has now been removed, as well as the zip verifier exe file. There was another slide here that kind of it's going to feel like you're bouncing around a little bit. JD's going to talk later. It was just easier just to group the presenters together about some other updates to some of the other custom apps that we have. And I'm just going to bullet point some of the bigger updates again. There were several sign cells that were updated. Adam went through and kind of found some that jumped out to him that needed fixed. So there's a number of those that were included. We have an intern going through looking at the whole sign design manual and comparing them with all the cell libraries. I sort of feel bad for him, but he's doing a good job looking at them all. identifying what we need to fix. So there's probably going to be some more of those coming in the future. The ODOT symbols and the drainage and utility cell libraries, we would randomly find people would report to us, hey, this cell doesn't look right, or it's not printing correctly. And there were a lot of elements that were on construction class elements. In both of those, you wouldn't have believed how many were in there. So I went through and made a lot of corrections to those. So some of your cells may look different. If you should be able to go in and use the update cell command in MicroStation or ORD to replace those or fix them with the current cells. In addition to that fix for both of those, the drainage and utilities had some other sanitary cells that were added for the drainage and utility features. The guys in the structures office at OSC, they went through and took the details that are on their standard construction drawings for the I-beams, the pre-stressed concrete I-beams and box beams, and added those details to the cell library. So you can place those in on your detail sheets if you need to create as per plan details or whatnot. I'm not sure why, but they don't want to publish the DGN files of the standard drawings. So this is how they wanted to do it. The second one here with head walls, we took, and when we went to ORD 1012, I don't know if probably a number of you have maybe run into this, when you place the 3D head walls, one of the wing wall angles was flipped, like, I don't know if it was 90 degrees or 45 degrees or something. And we think it's a bug with the MicroStation platform ORD is built on, because the same thing happens in the whatever version of MicroStation that aligns with. But if we fixed it in the cell library, then you went back to 1010, the opposite happened. So we created a new library for the time being. We're hoping that was just a bug, or the next release of MicroStation will fix whatever was going on. As far as the workspace variables, we added some files to the workset CFG file, or some variables to that file. I'm not going to go into details on all of them. I highlighted the one I thought was most important, the USTN cell placement performance. That's been probably a complaint of everybody. You go to place a cell in even MicroStation or ORD, sometimes you just click there to place it and you just get a long lag. I haven't done any testing to really tell if that's made a huge difference or not, but I felt like that was the most notable one of that list to mention. We also updated the ORD design training guides, mostly just grammatical changes, screenshot updates for new versions of ORD. Some of the screenshots were a little bit dated, so those are all fixed. There was one new section added for creating closed meshes. I was hoping Don would be here by now, because I know he would like that we added this here. But if you haven't used the closed mesh, I'd say give it a look for modeling existing features like pavement or unsuitable material. It's a little more efficient way to do some of that modeling. Other than that, there's no other major workflow changes. I don't want anyone to go out and feel like they have to relearn our training guides or do anything special with that. We also added a folder to the workspace directory, the OCCS, OSIP files or WMS files. And within that folder, there will be, it's not completely populated with all 88 counties, but there will be a file for each county, and it'll be named, the XXX will be the 3-digit county code underbar OSIP. And those will be those WMS files you can attach and kind of stream the best available OSIP3 imagery. So you don't have to download the images for your project. You can just stream whatever the best available is. So far, those have been created by request, and we have just done them by district. So 1, 7, and 12 are currently published. A couple of changes to our ribbon in the GUI. There's a new button for the new tool that I mentioned, the Workset Importer app. And then we added a link to the Bentley Ideas web pages. Adam's going to talk a little bit about some of the ideas that we have. If you haven't been to the ideas portals, it's a good way to kind of get the vote on things or add ideas or suggestions that you think should be included in the software. We did update the links, as Rachel was mentioning about the L&D and the publications or the Design Reference Resource Center. And then there was a fix to the GINT summary converter tool, to the link that was used or the key in that was used there. And then again, we removed the apps that are no longer in the workspace. Usually the feature definition DGN library has the most updates. Here, probably just a few that are worth mentioning. Kyle did go in and set the survey best match field code setting to match start instead of the default, which was match alpha. I think that was a new setting that was introduced in 10.12. Is that right? Yeah. He also added a Leica point Northern Easting Z code TIW file. So when you import that, you should be able to find those. Civil labeler, we did import that over from the 1010 XML file. So that DGN library had some miscellaneous updates just to maybe the label definition lines or leader lines. Some of those got broken when you imported them in. There's probably a whole bunch that still need fixed. I think we grabbed what we thought was the highest priority and just to get it published out there. The nice part is now the enhancements in 10.12 allow you the user to have more flexibility and change those as needed. And I think this is where we're going to turn it back over to JD.
My favorite topic, everyone's favorite topic, drainage. So wanted to really kind of go over what changed with 10.12. We've had several support requests comes in about it. We should have gotten an update out probably faster than we did. But as a couple, before we get into those details, I think Matt already mentioned some of these things. We added some sanitary manholes per request. Someone was doing some proposed sanitary manholes, and we don't really have those features. So we added those. The big thing is the symbology change to take advantage of the new functionality added with 10.12, which kind of caused some display problems until we pushed out the update. I'll go over that in a little more detail. Add a couple more sizes for cast lines, I think per request. So what happened when we went to 10.12? So what happened in 10.12 was the software now can handle symbology better for the drainage pipes or conduits. So now you can actually control if you want to display the outside extents, the inner or outer wall extents, that is, in the profile and plan view. And so on the next slide, you'll see a picture of this. So when we just updated our workspace to 10.12, I did not update the DGN lib to 10.12 yet because I was trying to get all of the updates we had for the table-based approach out, and I wanted to get that out in 10.10 in case people wanted to use that before they upgraded to 10.12. So I intentionally was trying to hold off to get that update out, which also had to coincide with an L&D update, which kind of added that ability. So that kind of backed us up on getting this DGN lib actually updated for 10.12. So in that meantime, the update caused a little bit of a display problem for people. And we have several requests where we show people how to fix the settings, but now the last push that we had of our standards, we did update all those features. So you hopefully won't run into that anymore. So that was back on the 12th is when we updated that, pushed that update out. So yes, we probably should have gotten out faster than that. So our bad there. Didn't intend for it to take that long to get out. So what actually happened? So before 10.12, on the left side here, you see the symbology settings just had, linear, profile, and solid. And so in the plan view and profile view, hopefully you guys can see that. We had the center line plotted for the plan view, and then the outer extents plotted for the profile view. Now, when we went to 10.12, you see there's a lot more options here for how to control that symbology. So there's an outer element template, inner element template, or profile. and plan views. So when you first updated, or I guess went to 10.12, it switched the settings like this. And basically what that caused was the centerline and profile, the default display to just show the centerline, even though in the previous update it was the extents. So without making any changes, that's what happened. And so then people were seeing that, and a lot of times you'd have that profile run graphic along the bottom, which I turned off to show that it was just showing the center on this screenshot, and normally a white line. You know, people were thinking that it was drawing the wrong size pipe, saying, hey, it's not the right height. It was like half the size, half the diameter, just by visual when they were looking at it, and going through and explaining, here's what happened. It's not displaying incorrectly. Now, I wish that a default update would have not changed the way it worked before, and we wouldn't have really ran into this hiccup here. But that's what happened. So I'm assuming several of you have most likely ran into this if you're working in 10.12. So now I wanted to go over what we did for the updates in a little more detail. So we updated it to show the inner extents of the pipe and plan and profile. Some of the proposed stuff, obviously the thickness is dependent on what type the contractor actually goes with. So the inner extents is what we're showing. And if you're wanting to know the details, which I won't go over here, but I highlighted the changes here. So we basically set the element template for the inner. So it says, hey, go show this. But we also need to update so that we got rid of the center line, right? Because we're setting these element templates to show the outer extents there, but then we still already had the center display. So that was the first update. And then we can't just delete the center display here because this one is a feature symbology. The symbology controls more than just the element template. It also has the annotation groups on it, right? So if you just clear that out to none, you will get rid of that center line. But then if you try to do element annotation later on, you're not going to get anything because you cleared it out. So you do have to go over to that feature symbology and just clear out the element template there and leave the annotation group there. So if you have a 10.12 file that this is happening to you on, those are the changes you can make to the feature definitions to fix that given file. You could also just go and update from library once you get the update over to wherever your workspace is. Synchronize from library should then update those feature definitions. All right. So we did go one step further though. And historically, if you take a look at how drainage was shown, we had all those apps and it would do all this custom stuff, like knowing what size the pipe is, and in plan view it would either draw one line, the center line, or two lines if it got 12 inches or higher, right? Well, we don't have that kind of just dynamic ability. You see how the back-end settings work per feature definition from what I just showed. So what we decided to do is just give you guys the option. So all the feature definitions now have one that says CL for centerline display. So by default, the feature definitions you had before are going to be showing you the extents of the pipes. But if for some reason your pipe is small and you don't want to see those two lines, you can simply just change the feature definition over to the equivalent centerline one. We kind of debated about how we might handle this. This is what we came up with. Hopefully you guys like this approach rather than having to go into the symbology settings and mess with them. And then some, really you might have the same feature definition used, and for one of those you want the one line, the other one you want the two lines. But the default's going to be the two lines. I think it's going to make our plan view look a lot better than what we've had to do in the past, because before I was telling everyone the best I got for you is to show the 3D model, just see the extents, but then you get the centerline display and it really didn't look that great. So I'm excited for this update. I think this definitely is going to get our drainage looking a lot better, especially in the plan view. So that is, I guess, the gist of what happened and where we are now. The other thing I wanted to mention was long time over. Oh, well, this is, yeah. The other thing I did, got ahead of myself there, is now that we can control the symbology for inner and outer, we really don't need our feature definitions separated for the culverts for each span. So all of these feature definitions we had for each span, they all linked up with a custom line style. So if everyone done culvert work, those line styles have like dashed inner and then the solid outer. And then for each span, we had a different line style. So these feature definitions were set up so that each one would use those different line styles. We don't need that anymore because the feature definitions can handle it and get the same look. So I did take all of these and combine them into one, and then added all of the sizes into one feature definition. So try to clean that up a little bit. I did test what would happen if you like went from before this update to after this update, and I didn't. Everything came over nicely. Because the next thing I'm going to go over is the other thing I fixed with the sizes. Luckily, I already had a catalog in there and a prototype that already had all the sizes combined. Because if you guys know, in this version, when you synchronize with dgenlib, that updates your feature definitions, element templates, feature symbologies. What it doesn't update is prototypes, all the drainage side, right? And your feature definition calls out a prototype, which is most likely calling out a catalog. So if I would have had to add a new catalog item with all these sizes, and then you synchronized, you would see the new feature definition, but you wouldn't have the prototype, and it would be like, hey, how do I get it? And there's no real easy way to get that. So luckily I had that in there, so you guys should not have a problem. If it wasn't in there, I probably wouldn't have done this, just because I wouldn't, or I would have waited till the next update, because the next update, they have the ability now to synchronize the drainage information, just like you can with the dgenlib. So in 2023, that's definitely something we've been asking for a while. We can't have the ability to synchronize dgenlib and get the feature definition and not get the subsequent required drainage stuff that's calling out. So that's been a problem for a while, so I'm happy to see that in the next update. So hopefully we will eventually get there, which we'll talk about in a little bit as well. So hopefully I'm not confusing you guys. Hopefully this is making sense. So when you go to the new version or the new update, you will see that all of those box culverts have been combined into one feature definition with all the sizes will be in one now. So the other thing was what was long overdue is I finally went in and added the leading zeros to the conduit catalogs, right? I know there's been a bug of mine or a complaint that's come in several times where the sizes don't sort correctly because I didn't have the leading zeros in there, but some of them had, some of them didn't. So I did finally go through and just update them all. I did test this as well, and it came in nicely. It would just keep the size. So I was happy to see that work out. So what else do I have to say here? I guess I decided I wanted to talk about the proposed sanitary a couple times. I guess we didn't need to add that in. The drain default annotation was changed to the simplified call out method. So this goes kind of in line with the table approach to drainage annotation. So those default annotations on the feature definitions, or rather feature symbologies, when you go to use those, it's going to place the call out one. The old ones are still there. So you can very easily I would just use civil labeler. All the old ones are there if you want to annotate the way that we're used to and not the table approach. You can still do that. So I just want to call out that we didn't make that change on the default settings there. So again, this drainage update was released back in the 12th of this month. And then there's a little screenshot for you of what I was referring to with the update standards from dgenlib. I'm sure most of you guys probably know that. So this is if you've already started using feature definitions, the drainage side, and you want to get your feature definitions fixed for the new display settings, you can come here and you can hit that button and it should bring in all those changes that I just said or talked about. If you don't like that idea, you can always go into the settings and add in those element template settings and change the feature symbology that I had right here. So it's not a hard thing. If you only have a couple feature definitions and you don't really want to synchronize, that's how you can do it. If you guys run into problems, feel free to reach out. And I can help you get those updated. All right, so next, I did want to mention the indexer. I'm not gonna demo it. I think like 3 user groups. I probably put everyone to sleep when I was going over all the electronic deliverables. But I did want to say that I did fix several bugs in here and also updated it so that if you're creating it as a zip file and you're inside ProjectWise, when it creates that zip file, it's going to fix all the references to be local references. Before, it didn't do that. So if someone were to unzip and open it, all the references would be broken. So that is hopefully a helpful update on that end. I also fixed a couple crashing problems. So if you guys, I think I've had a couple tickets come in about having problems with Indexer. I think I still have one ongoing. If you guys are running into issues with that, please reach out. I just want to clean up probably a couple bugs that might be causing it. Also, the Worksite app, we did add a couple new functionality about how you can create worksite templates, which I wasn't planning on going over this today, just gonna note it. But we did add some new options there. So if you're more interested in that or you have some kind of specific need, you can reach out to me, but it does involve the local folder, being able to kind of tweak the template a little bit. All right, so the other thing is continuing on with drainage, the DU item type sync app. Kind of have to use that to populate the item types to do the annotation, unless you want to fill everything out manually. I did want to say that when we went to 10.12, the backend, the code, they changed some of the way the calculated properties work. So it messed up the station offset. So that app has been updated to account for that change in the API. And I kept it working for 10.10 as well. So it'll adjust appropriately. But if you guys were seeing station offset values being incorrect, it was just, they changed the backend API when we went to 10.12 and I didn't catch it in time. So I think there was one other app that I think it was Geometry Points, had the same thing going on because they're also using station offset as well. So I did update both of those. I also had another update. So these are the versions numbers. If you're looking at these numbers, this is the version of the app. We did add in for it to work with head wall node types. So before it wasn't picking up those, but I think this is another from a support request that came in trying to deal with that. So that app will now pick those up as well. And also, while I was in there, even though we're not on 2023 yet, I did have to update the code to handle 2023 because they changed the schema, the way the schema versions work. So I had to go in and get that updated as well. So that's just when we get there to already be set. So the next thing I want to go over was the Geometry Points app. I'm not going to read this slide off, but we have made several updates to Geometry Points app. Really, the main thing here is the old Monument Report app that we had. It hasn't worked since, gosh, I don't know, like already 10.6 or something. It broke a long time ago because the backend API changed. And that, unfortunately, we lost the source code to that, so it wasn't an easy fix. So that has kind of been just sitting around, and I finally was like, okay, let's fix this. And instead of fixing that app or rewriting it, I just put that functionality into the Geometry Points app. So I wanted to go over that a little bit. So this is going to help more of probably the surveyors out filling out the survey master sheet. So I will say it's probably long overdue. So sorry, the surveyors. You guys probably feel like we've always pushed you guys off, and it's not the intent. So it's been long overdue, but we did finally get this updated. Hopefully, it'll make it a little easier. So I wanted to highlight some of the changes here. The first thing is added a remove button. So that alignment name list can get very long, and it always has like the scratched alignments that just you don't really need to see them. So you can select those now and remove them from the list, and that'll also help with processing when I go over to the next step. Added an attribute pairs column. Someone asked for that. This is the big one. You can assign alignment station offset to the point, which I'll show here in a video in a second. So there's a populate button now to populate that. And so here's where the processing, I did this to save on processing. So it'll only populate station offsets for all the alignments listed in the dropdown. You'll see that here in a second. Updated the preferences. So there's two different ways to output the station, because frankly, I hated the way it was before, and you'll see that right here. So before it would just give you this like hypothetical station that like didn't exist if you were beyond the extents, which I thought was just dumb. So now the other option is to give you the station and then the distance that is extended beyond or before. So the top one you see, like, here's the station and it's extended this many feet past that alignment. So if you're ever trying to get a station offset and your alignment ends early or you're before that alignment, this gives you a little bit more information on like what it actually is. So that's what that alt station output, you can just toggle on and off if you like the old way. This is a big one that I added, custom reports. So there's a couple reporting options in there now for like geotech report, but occasionally, I don't want to say that the Bentley reporting isn't good, because it is, but this is just another tool you might use to quickly generate some reports. And then here's the specific one, monument report for dealing with the survey master. So doing this will let you just kind of copy and paste it right over into the survey master sheet with all those points and information. So let me go over the video now, so you guys can actually see a little bit of it in action. So wait till we get started here. So here's the version. So if you guys are wondering, it's 1.1 or 1.0.1.3 that has all these updates in it. So I think the first thing I'm going to show is just all those alignments that get populated that you don't really need. You can just select them and you can just remove them, and that will clean up that list a little bit. There's also a checkbox at the top to just get rid of all the blank ones, because that was also happening. You just see a whole like 50 plus blank ones that just got in the way, and so that checkbox will just get rid of them. And then scoot forward here. So there's the attribute pairs, right? Those ones don't have any pairs, so I think I'm going to change my filter to all survey points and then just sort that, and then you can see there's all those attribute pairs coming in. So you can see those. And they're divided by just that vertical bar. If you need to divide those out and take them to Excel or something, you can do. Easily separate them out. So here's that alt station. So that's going to affect the whole app. So anywhere you see station values, that toggle will switch the way that views it. So if you're using the report, any of the reports that use that, or if you're just outputting down to the bottom, that'll take effect across the whole app, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. So there you can see that difference there. you see the extension versus not seeing the extension. Obviously, that's only going to really come into play if your point is outside the extents of the alignment. Knew that was going to happen. Sorry, guys. Try and jump forward. Okay. So I did not jump forward far enough, did I? Should just let it play. Okay. So now the monument points filter, just it's very close to the filtered survey points. You can control that through CSV if you need to, but did the same filter that the app had. So if you open up the Survey Master, you'll see that you go to the monument table and you can just click on the first cell. And when you come over here and you click that monument report button, it'll copy it to the clipboard. Now it works two different ways. If you don't have anything selected, then it will copy everything that's currently in the filter. If you do select some rows, then it will only copy the rows that you have selected. So the other thing now, before you actually copy it, you do want to populate this station offset. So if you notice in the drop down right now, it just says information is not populated, right? So everything in the drop down correlates to each of the alignments that you have on the left. So as you filter that list down more, the drop downs get a little bit smaller, so that when you go over and you hit that populate station offset column button, it'll be a little faster because it won't have to go through as many alignments. So when you click that button, it will update to give you the station offset of all the alignments in that list, and will also default to the one that it's closest to, right? So whatever alignment that point is closest to is what's going to get selected when you hit that populate button. Try to save you guys some time there. Obviously, you might want to check it over because maybe you got two alignments real close to each other, and maybe you want at that point to show. And then you can easily just go in that drop down and change it to the alignment that you wanted, and then you can just hit that geometry points button. It'll copy it to the clipboard, and then you can go over there and just Control V and paste it in. And that drop down is also dependent on that preference on how you want the station offset. If you want the extended value or the hypothetical station, that drop down is also depending on that preference there as well. So I hit that monument report. It says, hey, I copied to the clipboard. You can come over here and just paste it. And then, the point names, the point types always had to be filled out manually. We don't have that. So you can go through and fill that out and hopefully make that process easier. Now, without getting into detailed discussion, the Survey Master is, I know it's a topic of, it needs updated. We have started that process. So everyone, before you jump down my throat, we know. It's long, another thing that's long overdue. So we're working on it. I think Kyle's working on it. I'm not working on it. Kyle is. So real quick, the custom report side. Right now, there's no custom reports because we haven't made any. So in the preferences, if you click that custom report, it's going to open up another dialog, and here's where you can generate as many custom reports as you want. So if you don't like the format that the monument report is outputted in, make your own. So you can give it a name, and then all of the available columns or data attributes are on the right side. You can just check on the ones you want. Obviously, you can't have the same report name used, so it went red there. Basic kind of QC there. But all you have to do is check on the ones that you want, and then you can drag and drop to the order that you want them in, and then that will set up that report. You hit save, and it'll be in the drop down. That is a setting that is a user setting. It's not like a user preference in CAD. It's a setting that's saved with that app. So if you go to another machine or another user, it's not going to have those preferences. So you can see there, you can drag it around. There are several attributes available. So if you see one that you might want that's not there, go ahead and let me know. We can add them in. I've had like several different options. If you want like the absolute offset, if you want the offset side, like left or right. So you can pretty much hopefully get everything you need. So now that I create that report, you see it's in the drop down. And then when I hit that custom report, it will copy it to the clipboard just like the other report, and it works the same way. If you don't have anything selected, it will copy everything in your current filter. If you do, then it'll just grab what you have selected. And it does copy in a tab separated format. So if you go and paste it in Excel, it'll know what to do. If you paste it somewhere else, like I tried to paste it in Word, it looks a little funky because it is tab separated, but it all hopefully useful features for everyone, especially the surveyors. That's probably, I'm just going to show pasting it to Excel. You'll see that it does go in appropriately when you paste it over there. There's obviously some number formatting problems for some of those, but that's easy to fix. So that was the update on the geometry points. Long overdue. That's why we got rid of the monument reports app. We left it in there. I don't know why, because it doesn't work. So that's gone now. So I don't see the teams. I'm assuming there's a bunch of like claps going on right now, right? No, I'm just.
It's very frustrating.
Mhm.
They all have the same information. They're just shown in a different way. If as part of that report, if we could get a standardized, this is the table that goes in the right of way plans, that would be amazing. I realize it's gonna take a lot of coordination between the different districts because just how different, right of way requirements are across the state. But it's a constant point of contention on every single project.
Yep, agreed. So for those online that probably didn't hear, the suggestion was to standardize the table that goes on the right-of-way sheets for the monuments because they're different across all the districts. So that is definitely a good point. And a part of some of the efforts going on is just in general, all the different district preferences is something we are trying to tackle. It's going to be a slow process, but we know that we need to get everyone on the same page across all the districts. So there can be some deviations, I feel like, as appropriate, but right now each district is different. So what you just suggested is a valid point that we do need to do something about. So that is going to be more on Kyle and Ray, I think, and so Kyle's got it written down. So a little bit ahead of schedule. So now I wanted to move into a new app, which I don't know if you guys noticed, has been out for a couple months. I don't know if anyone looked at it. Matt alluded to it, but it's the Workspace importer app. It's been something that I've wanted to address for a couple of years now, especially with the way we have our project-wise set up. So this is the companion app to the Indexer app. So Indexer went over before. It creates a zip file of all the project files, and that's supposed to be submitted to us. And then right now, it just kind of goes into a zip file, just doesn't get unzipped and goes into a folder inside our workspace, and it kind of just not really usable. And part of that is because we wanted to make sure our folder structure stayed consistent. So the top level folders are locked down. You can't create folders at the root of a PID. So we are very consistent, but that makes it hard to drag and drop like files in and permissions and whatnot. So this has kind of been the long running idea is, okay, let's just import it and kind of control that import a little bit. And that's what this app will do. And also at the same time, I wanted to fix references. References is always a problem. The end goal here has always been, let's get all the project documents in one spot. So at the end of that project, we have all those degens and everything. We can easily go and look at something if we need to look at something. So do you want to call out that, the original intent was just to get it into our data source. Is the way it's written, it can work in anyone's. It's really just based off of our folder structure. So I've seen a lot of issues of consultants trying to switch from one of their data source to another consultant's data source, and this could be used for that. So I wanted to go over it real quick. Just start this video. Click on it there. So there's a lot of options at the bottom I'll get to, but hopefully it's pretty simple to use. The first thing that you're going to really want to do is just say, hey, here's where I want to import this data into. Here's the existing workset project that I want to import the zip file into, right? So you're going to, and it works inside, right? This one is only going to work inside ProjectWise because that's the whole intent behind it. So if you're not in ProjectWise, this isn't going to be working. And there's been talks or questions from other guys about making it work, but when you're outside of ProjectWise, you don't have as many problems, right? As you do inside ProjectWise with dealing with references that handled differently. So I'm going to log in to the data source, and I'm going to click on just one of my test folder structures here. So I'm going to click on that and hit OK. And it will do a quick check on that to make sure you selected something that actually is our work set. I know Brandon's told me for a long time to not put black text on a green background, but it's still there. So sorry if it's hard to read, but if you see green, that's good. If you see red, that's bad. So now I'm going to go and pick the zip file that I want to import. And it's going to read that zip file and it's going to populate this section. So what it's going to do is find all of the root level folders in that zip file and says, hey, here are the root level folders that I found. And then it's going to say, here's the folder I'm going to import it into, right? So in the first import, you're going to see a bunch of new folders, right? Because you don't want to import over an existing folder, right? So if you're working in 300, your external is working outside of ProjectWise. They probably use 300 as well, but you don't want to import over your work. So it's going to say, okay, I'm going to make a new folder. And it's going to know what the root folder or who did the work for that folder, because part of creating that zip file, the indexer is saying this root folder was done by this consultant. And so it reads all that data in and it already populates it. So you see it's saying new folder 301 survey underbar ODOT underbar IMP till you know that this was an imported root folder. That's going to be true for all the root level folders except for 990 workset standards. There's no reason to create multiple of those, especially for configuration purposes. So if you were ever to come back and do a re-import, the import folders that are already there will show up. So you could say, hey, I'm doing I did a stage 3 import and now I got a new updated file I'm going to import, and I can say, hey, okay, I already imported this folder. So go ahead and go put it in that folder, and it'll try to default to those folders for you as they exist and finds it, but it's not going to be perfect, right? Especially if you got several folders and several imports from different consultants or whatnot. So that's the gist of this first part, is like, hey, I found these root folders. I'm going to import them to these folders inside your project. So now there are several settings at the bottom that you can control. So here, before I get there, that 990 workset, it'll always go to 990 workset standards. You can't change that. That's just, it needs to stay there. So that's going to bring in the seed files. And so part of the seed file settings This first section, I'm going to go over here. Remove existing file folders not included on a re-import. So say this is your second import. Your first import, probably had files that have been removed since that original import, right? So that checkbox is going to say, hey, anything that you don't currently have in your zip file that you have over here in this imported folder, I'm going to get rid of, right? So basically keep this folder up to date with the latest submission. If you leave that off, it'll leave it in there, right? So you can use that as you wish, but that's that setting there is, I think most people probably just going to want to keep it up to date. I don't view this as something that we need to keep all the previous versions of. We'll store the zip file off to the side still if we ever need to get back to it. But in my eyes, I want the folder structure to keep up to date. So when I go to a project, I have, like at the end of the day, I have all the latest files, not all the ones that might have been removed from changes that happened. So that's what that one does. Next is the seed files. So this is really for importing survey data. So if you get like a survey submission, the seed files in that submission should have the coordinate system set, right? So the checkbox use seed files as default, overwrite current seed files will make sure that the seed files you're importing become what the config file is going to point to as the default, right? So if you're not importing survey data, you're going to want to leave that off because you don't want to overwrite your seed files. So if you're getting that survey data, they should have the seed files set. And when you import it, you probably want those to become the default. Now, if you have the situation where your project has multiple coordinate systems, you set up multiple seed files, right? And those it'll recognize that. And in that case, you don't want anything to default because you want to make sure the user is going to go and select the right one for the location. So it'll handle that as well. So if you have it checked off, it'll still bring in those seed files. It's going to rename them. It's going to add the owner name and then IMP to let you know that that was an imported seed file. So here's just going over, if you open up the config file, you'll see there's like some variables in there for the default seed. But you notice it's using the o.pid variable, right? So that should be your work set folder name, but some people do change that. So for that reason, you'll notice that in the application, there is a text box to kind of override that value. Because that value is needed to make sure that it names the file right so that the configuration picks that up as the default. So it did by default, it gets populated with the work set name, as you see. But if you guys have gone into your config and done something different and changed that o.pid variable, you want to make sure you type in that equivalent one or it won't match the config file, and then the seed files won't be defaulted. I don't think too many people have changed it, so I put that there as like a failsafe, but on all reality, majority of the time, probably not gonna have to worry about it. So that's probably one of the more complicated parts of just dealing with that 990 workset standard, bringing in those seed files. Again, it's really only pertinent if you're bringing in that survey data and that those seed files, you want to make sure that those get the default. So when you create the new files, the right coordinate systems are set. So that's that first section. The next section, the middle section, is actually pretty simple. It's just saying, hey, do you want to add this zip file to the 04 reference files folder? So that's for internal users. And when you put something there, that's how it gets out to the FTP for the bidders to find the zip file as a reference only. So eventually that zip file should make it there. So just while you're importing it, might as well put it there. But you can check it off if you don't want to. Apparently I had a lot to say. No, I have a lot to say about that seed file, which I don't want to bore you guys, which I priority am. And jump forward a little bit, save some time. So there's that middle section. There's a sub checkbox if you want to overwrite the file if it's already there. Typically you don't want multiple versions out there because then anything inside that folder will get posted to FTP. So typically we want to overwrite it. And now the last section, I had a lot of fun with. But this is dealing with fixing references. So we have an inherent problem of just the way our naming conventions are set up, that we get a lot of duplicate file names. So if you're trying to run reference resolver and you got duplicate file names, it's just going to go to the first one it finds, which might be the wrong one. So this first checkbox says fix references directly using, and then you get to choose your Connect product. And so what this will do is, after it brings it into ProjectWise, it's going to go through the files and just directly fix those references, right? So part of creating that zip file is, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it'll tell you how many references are broken, how many are good. Like, it'll tell you that in the index when you zip it up. All that data is retained. And that's part of the reason also why when you create the zip file, if you're in ProjectWise, it changes it to local references. So we import it. So you create the zip file, local references, bring it into ProjectWise. We now need ProjectWise references, right? So this will go through and it knows all the references that weren't broken, and it'll go and directly fix them, right? So you don't have to worry about running reference resolver. You don't have to worry about duplicate file names. As long as you included those references in the zip file, it's going to fix those. So that, I think, is the best route to go. Also, when you're creating the zip file, it does tell you if you're missing the reference. It tells you if the reference is broken in general, or it tells you if the reference isn't broken, but you didn't include it in the zip file. So when you send it to someone else, it will be broken. So all that information is laid out on the indexer on your end, so you can kind of see, engage. So then that is the first fixed reference option, which I hopefully does the majority of the work. But sometimes you're going to run into issues where you might want to run reference resolver, and that's what the second checkbox is for. And it says fix references, and then you have some options, right? So reference resolver is a ProjectWise functionality. I don't know if that's the actual name of it. I think I've heard it called a bunch of different things, but it's what you can run on files, and it'll go through and attempt to fix your references. And so what this will do, if you check that out, is it'll actually run the same exact resolver that you could run right inside ProjectWise. But this is going to give you a little more functionality, or a little bit easy, not more functionality, I should say, a little more ease of use. So in here, you can choose what subfolders you want it to search for references. So you can check on all of those folders that you want. Say, you know what, maybe I didn't import the survey folder, but I do have references over there I needed to fix too. So you can check that on. You can also change the priority level, right? So the way that reference resolver works is, as it is searching, it's going to search the folders you checked on in a certain order. And the first time it finds a file name that matches that reference, that's the one it's going to use. So you can come in here, you can right click on that, and now you can drag and drop, and you can change that priority level. So you want to check this folder first, then this folder, then this folder, and that's how it'll run the reference resolver for you. So that's that part, but you'll notice there's one extra functionality here, and that is my attempt to resolve duplicate files through reference resolver. So let me skip forward a tad here. Apparently I had a lot to say. Okay, I'm going to jump back a little bit. So what I wanted to go over was that last checkbox is attempt to resolve duplicate references. So what this will do is it'll actually see everything you're importing and look at all those references, and it'll identify anything that has a duplicate file name with your search parameters. So all those folders you checked on, it's going to go and it's going to find any duplicate file name if it's being called out in a reference of what you're importing. And then it's going to start parsing down the folder structure to see how it could break up the reference resolver to make sure it gets the right one first. So it's a little bit added algorithm there to try to automatically resolve those duplicate files. Now, it means it's running the reference resolver individually on each file with a deeper folder set of what to search in the order. So that's useful and works majority of the time, but you're going to have situations where I can't go deep enough to divide off because there's other references that still need that. So I can't say that it's 100%, but it does a pretty decent job. But if you have duplicate file names and they're all in the same folder structure roughly, it's going to be hard to parse out that reference resolver to actually fix those. So that was a long, drawn out explanation of I've tried my best to give you the tools to resolve those references. I think the bigger issue that we need to address is really fixing the duplicate file names across all of ours. So I think we brought that up like a year or two ago. I think it's worthwhile to actually try to relieve this or resolve this problem, because it has happened several times where you run reference resolver and the person, maybe they put something down in the scratch folder, like a copy of it, and goes and grabs that first because it's at a higher level. It doesn't go like into the tree and back out. It goes level by level by level. So it's happened several times, and it's not ideal. So if we just didn't have that duplicate file names, we wouldn't have this problem. So when you run that, you'll see it tells you everything it does, all the folders it added, if it failed to add a file. I throw in the reference information there. I also store all the, if you run reference resolver, I store the whole result text file in the project as well. So you can always go back and see that data more detailed. It'll tell you if you had the checkbox on to remove existing files, it'll tell you all those files that it did remove if you had it checked on. If it didn't, it would just tell you, hey, here's the files that weren't included that were there before. So you kind of know maybe which ones were leftover ones. So I think I just wanted to show real quick running a re-import. So there's a little bit of the end product. You'll see it added those folders, the IMPs there to let you know, hey, this is imported folder. So if you're working directly in our data source, you still have to submit at the end of the day, we still need the zip file to post to the bidders, but there's no reason to import. So internal users, there's no reason to import a zip file if the person's already working in your data source. Like, that just doesn't make sense. So don't do that. There's a little bit of the seed files. You'll see that it keeps those files. It just adds the import. So anything into the 990 Workspace standards folder is going to get the IMP added to the end of the file name, just so you get what they had before. The only difference there is if you had that checkbox on for importing survey data, then it would make sure the names are what the config file is calling out. But then all the other files are not changing file names anywhere else. So you're creating that import folder, the file name you had before, it's just coming in. So that is a little bit of the Workspace importer. This video is online. It has audio. You can get the inner workings. I go through all the details of how it's working. But this hopefully will solve some of our goal of getting all the files into our project-wise data source in a usable manner, so that we can have all that data and archive it and go back to it in the future and just kind of work better. So there's a little bit. It does throw the zip file into the 000 admin folder. So it makes it imports info, and you'll see that it'll add the data import, and then it also saves the text file, the log. And then if you run scan refs, it'll save that as a text file in there, so you can go back and look at that scan ref and what it did. So there's just opening it up. You can see there. You can see all the files it went through and all the things it fixed or didn't fix. So all that data still will be there. I'm not actually getting rid of any data. Just trying to import it. I think that was all I really had to say. Let's see. think all I was going to show is on a re-import how the drop downs update. Scoot forward a little bit. So here I after I did the import, I then reselected my project folder, and now in the drop downs you'll see there's those import folders that got created from a previous run. So if you're running it again, you'll have those options. Now it should default to the same import folder if the owner name is the same. And you'll notice it won't let you like try to put two folders to the same folder. It'll go red, won't let you do that. But that's how you can handle like a re-import. So you run it again, and then it'll either merge with your previous import or make your folder match based on the settings that you had. So definitely you can run multiple imports on the same project. You've got separate consultants submitting different zip files. You can easily run those and get those import folders created for each one of those. So hopefully it solves a need that we had. I definitely think our internal users are going to need to start running this more, but it is still going to work for externals if they want to. By no means am I saying you have to use it, but I wanted to show it, let you guys know that it is available to you guys. So then some of those failed, but those are just the seed files. So there's no real references to fixing the seed files. So they went orange saying, hey, I didn't get to check these files. The log file is your friend. All the details that you might ever wish for are in there. I don't know if you've seen that across all my apps. I've made a real effort here to try to make sure you guys can see all the data of everything it did. So let me jump forward here, and hopefully I didn't put you guys to sleep too much. So that is the importer app. Granted, it will probably be used more internally than external, but I think we do have a lot of internal people online. So this meeting is for everyone. I think there's been a time period where internal users thought this was more geared towards consultants. I think it's just geared to our CAD users in general. So are there any questions that have come in at all on anything so far? Okay. Yeah.
So we have project parallel 1010. We have projects that were created in 1010 that by the time we started work on them was when we had already set the was going to be 1012. Is there anything we need to do to that project other than it? Because what we've been doing is just completely recreating it in the 1012 workspace. Do we need to do that, or can we just grab it from the custom config folder for 1010 and move it to 1012 and update our seed files?
The question is, do you have to recreate your project if you're going from 1010 to 1012? And no, you don't. So you could just move just the config file from wherever you have your 1010 work set configs over into your 1012. So internally, currently we're not running side-by-side installs. So when we update our internal users, we don't have the different configurations to worry about. They all automatically are going to be in 1012, and then their files get updated as they open them. And that's been our approach. Now, there are consultants out there that are a little more reserved when it comes to updating, and when they start a project, they are going to finish it in the version they start with, just for worries of what could go wrong during the update. Those cases, I can't sit here and guarantee that when you update schema, it doesn't cause any problems. We do our best testing it. Bentley does their best testing it, but from the history, there has been problems. So we've always had the stance here at ODOT that we're not mandating what schema you're using. You just got to make sure everyone using the project is on the same one. So we've always said you can move ahead of us, you can stay behind us. We're trying to make that a little bit easier on you guys because we know it's complicated. So that's our stance on it. But you don't have to recreate everything. You can let it update as you open the files. At least that's what we're doing internally. So does that answer your question?
Making it show down. Thought we were making it more complicated than it needed to be, but I just.
Yeah, if you haven't done any work in it, then moving that config file, unless for some reason we've updated the worksite config file, creating a new one would get you the new update, but we don't really edit those too much. So I'm not really worried. Or if we change the folder structure slightly in our template, creating the new one would obviously make sure you got that newer stuff, but it's really not. You don't need to recreate it. You can just move the config file over. And then to that matter, these seed files aren't branded with any schema, so you don't really need to open those either. If you're outside of ProjectWise, you might want to make sure that they have the right worksite workspace, so you don't get that annoying prompt. But other than that, there's real no need to open them. You can just move the config file. All right, so we'll do a little bit longer networking break because we're running just a little early. So we'll take a break here until 10:15. So as the slide says, network.
All right, let's get started again. Hopefully you made some new friends. That was JD's goal. All right, so I mentioned this morning when I talked that, we had asked for kind of ideas of what people wanted to see. When we ended up with a slot that we needed to fill, I kind of came up with this idea, and it turned out there was a few kind of modeling type ideas. I think people wanted maybe some more details on roundabout modeling or driveway modeling, those sort of things. I'm borrowing this presentation from Bentley. I attended a conference last summer, the Great Lakes Bentley User Group Conference. It was up in Michigan, and I was just taking this opportunity to kind of also give them a plug. But this is from a presentation that Bentley has given, entitled Above and Beyond Corridor Modeling. Christiana Holmes from Bentley presented this at that particular conference. I'm sure they recycle this over and over again. So we're going to borrow it for today. If you don't know or you're not familiar with the Great Lakes Bentley User Group, it is a Bentley User Group community. They had a website for a minute, and then they decided to abandon that, and now they're looking at other options. So it sounds like there's going to be a website coming soon. If you do want to join, there's the email address. You can join their mailing list if you're interested in presenting. They usually do monthly webinars, and they're always looking for presenters. The board that runs it is mostly with people that are based in Michigan. I think that's where it started, and then they kind of expanded and wanted to gain some participation in the Great Lakes region. And I think they're mostly consultants who run that, and then I think some of the Michigan DOT, some of our counterparts in the DOT up there also participate. We've participated as well. We've done some webinars with them a while ago. They asked for us to do some things here and there, as well as attending that conference. They do have some social media stuff, LinkedIn and YouTube. You can click on those links and you can follow or subscribe to those pages. Their first conference was intended to be in 2020, and we all know how that year turned out. So, and it ended up last summer was the first conference, and I think everyone was really pleasantly surprised at how well it was attended and how well the conference went. It was, I think it was 2 days, mostly Bentley content, but also user presentations and things. I would encourage you to take a look if you're not already. A lot of good stuff there. And I think they're going to do a biannual conference, at least right now. So looking at 2025 might be the next one. But I told Chuck Karasik, if anybody knows Chuck, I told him I'd give this a little plug today. So on to the presentation here, we're just going to take a look at tips and tricks and kind of guidance on clean and accurate roadway modeling. This might be things that you've already seen. Hopefully you maybe pick up a new tip or new idea throughout the slideshow here. We're going to talk about file separation, modeling, template drops, key stations, all these kind of things that are listed. We'll start with file federation. If you don't know by now, I think everyone probably does. ORD stores all that civil data in a DGN. So your surveys, terrains, geometry are all going to be in separate DGNs, or we're going to federate those out to their own DGN files. And then we'll work with reference files, just native MicroStation referencing to bring everything together. It is kind of important to think about your project before you start, kind of break up or figure out a way you want to tackle your particular project. They all might be different, different sizes, different scopes, things like that. So kind of think about that with your team, how you want to separate your project files and establish folder structures and naming conventions that make sense. Hopefully, if you're working on an ODOT project, you are using our folder structure and naming convention, which make a lot of this really easy. As far as separating out, our naming convention and folder structure really does most of these topics or these bullet points here, disciplines pretty well. The one thing that we don't do well is probably the control lines. So what I mean by control lines would be any other lines or geometry that you're using to control your model. So if you have lines that you're creating point controls on, paramet using for maybe, well, usually probably point controls would be the most, but maybe other elements you're using to control your model somehow, or targeting maybe. We would probably want to separate that into its own DGN file. I think most people are putting it in the, their corridor model, their KM file right now. Those elements are going to get lost and kind of hidden. You may not know they're even there. So I don't really like the idea of putting them in your geometry base map either, because now you got extra elements for other people that have no idea what they're going to be. When they reference that file in, they're going to get a bunch of other geometry that they probably don't want. So my suggestion, at least for the time being, is to use like a BK file. But if your file naming convention is BK001, 2, 3, do like a 901, 902, 903 for something like that. And then use your file descriptions to kind of identify what they are. So why do we want that? Obviously, smaller file sizes are definitely just faster and more efficient. It's easier to manage and remember where things are at. There's always a debate. How many files is too many? If I got a small culvert job, why do I need 15 reference files to make that happen? Then you get a big project and you end up with hundreds of them. You have to decide and try to decide early on how they're going to be used, who's going to be using them. Do I need multiple users to be able to access it? If I have a 10-mile corridor, I'm probably going to have several designers working on the modeling versus a culvert replacement where you're probably just one person doing most of the work. Like I mentioned, this is a Bentley presentation. I should have updated this with the ODOT folder structure, but you get the idea. Ours is very similar. They're just showing how they're breaking up corridors and geometry into their own folders, and they all have a specific file naming convention to them. Kind of already talked about this. How should we separate alignments, corridors, super elevations, etc.? If you're following the ODOT convention, every alignment should have its own DGN. Just the alignment, don't put anything else in there. Horizontal, vertical profile, vertical alignments. That's it. Don't do anything else in there. Super elevation sections definitely should have their own DGN. Each corridor should definitely have its own DGN, if not multiple DGNs for each alignment or corridor that you have. And then you'll create container. Well, we don't necessarily recommend this as a best practice, but it is definitely doable. And I've seen a lot of consultant files that we receive. They are kind of using this idea. They'll create one container file for each discipline. So they'll attach all the models for their project. Maybe there's 8 or 10 of them. And then the other disciplines will reference that one container model in. I think that's okay if you're going from like base map to base map in my mind, but when you get into plans production and you start attaching container model to container model to container model, and you use a lot of live nesting, you really just muddy the waters and confuse things. And I think that's where a lot of folks run into trouble with level display that everyone kind of complains about. So there's a couple of strategies here in this presentation that we're kind of going to focus on. Obviously, again, evaluate your project, determine what strategy is going to work best for you. If you don't have a whole lot of experience doing this, you may get halfway through and realize, hey, I probably should have did something a little bit differently. So learn from your other projects as well. So option 1 here, use a full width template and corridors, kind of that traditional workflow. You know, have your backbone, your end conditions all in one template. Option 2 would be to separate those templates and corridors. And for example, your backbone is going to be one template, your end conditions will be a different template. So some things to also consider is the reason I actually asked Bentley for this presentation is after I had attended that conference, we got a lot of requests, people saying, what's best practices for this or that? And every time people would ask, I'd come back to, boy, I wish I would have had that presentation or those slides to kind of give to folks. So this is the one thing I think that people don't always consider is the width of the corridor, where we're always thinking of length. It's a 5-mile long corridor. How should I break it up? But think about the width and then the file size also. It's hard to say, oh, if I break it up here in 1-mile chunks, what my total file size is going to be. They recommended about 10 megabytes per file. As you work through your project, I mean, that's kind of a goal, but you're not going to go change anything to stay under that file size. But things to also with that, consider the length, the template drop interval you're going to use, the number of template drops that you might have, maybe, you know, how many typical sections are you working with? And then think ahead about kind of that length and width and that file size idea and all the processing that might need to happen there. So here's what the full width template and corridor looks like. This is probably what most people are using today. So everything is in one template, or you have multiple typical sections that all kind of look like this. Think about this. I really like this idea. And if I were doing a lot of modeling today, this is what I would do. And this is a divided highway in this scenario here. So they have the left and right pavement in this one template. I might take it a step further and just have the left pavement be its own template and the right pavement be its own. Just to maybe simplify it a little bit more. From there, then you have the end conditions for the left side. And you have an end condition or some components for the median ditch there. And then the end conditions for the right. So in this idea, I can be modeling the pavement while my drainage guy is going in and doing the ditch design and doing that modeling all on their own. I don't know, does anybody kind of use that idea already, that workflow? A couple folks do. Works well, it work good for you? Yeah. So if you're going to ask me if you got a bigger project with a lot of people that need to work in it, I would go this route. So the pros here, it kind of simplifies your templates. You don't get these Franken templates that everybody wants to create with a million end conditions in it, barriers and display rules and things like that. You can distribute work between multiple designers really pretty easily. Hey, you're doing the pavement for this project, or you're doing the pavement for this road or these ramps. And then somebody else can come in and do the ditches or the end conditions. So more people can work on things simultaneously. The con here is that you're going to end up with more corridors, more templates to manage, but those processing times and speeds are going to be much faster in your files. So here's kind of just, they're showing two different ways here. The first option one, there's a 2-mile corridor on the left that they did the full width template there, kind of that traditional workflow, versus the 5-mile long corridor on the right, where they separated things out in the multiple templates. Why split up the templates? Obviously, we kind of already talked about that. File size, try to keep those DGNs to about 10 megabytes. Keeps processing time down. And it's just a function of the length of the corridor and the complexity of the templates and the corridor and everything else you add to it. Mitigate reference corruption. So I don't think they mean reference files here. They mean references as in corridor references or other graphics you add to that you're trying to target or things like that. Allow for specific modeling based corridor constraints. So you can target other things, whether it be right away or some other key feature. It's a little bit more efficient to do it that way. And here's one thing I don't think people think about a whole lot is you can apply different template drop intervals to corridors where greater level of detail might be required. So maybe through your intersection that you're designing or on your approach to your bridges, you want a little bit of a tighter model going through there. You can apply, regardless of which strategy you use, you can still apply a different template drop interval throughout that area. You just have to end up with different corridor, right? You assign them template drops. No. Someone help me. Template drop has the interval on it, yeah. All right, so other considerations, this is what I just mentioned too. Your corridor length, your corridor width, file size. Here's a very wide section here where you got, the main line with frontage roads, northbound, southbound lanes here, HOV lanes, ramps, etc. Your best solution in this scenario is going to go with that separate template idea. Think about how when you create your templates, do you want simple versus complex templates? Meaning, do I just want this one end condition in here or one or two options to solve here? Or do I want to have some big nasty Franken template that some designer made years ago and my company uses on every single project? And you can't even reverse engineer how it's working. I'm a big fan of the KISS theory, so keep it simple. Just generally makes everything easier to figure out, reverse engineer if you troubleshoot things like that. Obviously helps with processing time, stuff like that. It does usually require more templates to manage, but I think that's easier in some cases than having some big complex template. So the complex ones, again, are just a little bit harder to troubleshoot. You can do a lot more automation with them. And you can end up with less template drops if you do it correctly. But I think most cases, simpler is better. In my opinion, there probably is differing opinions in the room here too. So here's one of these complex templates. These are not my videos either. So when we move the point that's on the right side for the edge of pavement, sometime it's going to start moving. There we go. You can see they have a whole bunch of different display rules and end conditions that are happening. As that point moves, it gets to certain heights. It adds guardrail, it adds barrier, adds retaining walls, and you can see the same when it goes down. So that's a pretty complex kind of scenario that if you don't have those scenarios on your project, there's no reason to have that template trying to process because it has to think about that. What do I need to do every template drop? What do I need to consider to make this corridor work? So after you get your corridor kind of all done, you're going to want to go in and clean up that model. And there are different corridor feature definitions. Early on and with open roads technology, SS4, 3, 4, 10, whatever you want to call it, they call these design stages. So you'll see different design stages, and now they're called feature definitions. I think a lot of people just say design stage still. We have a lot of the settings set up for you. what you'll see here in the next couple slides is some options that you can go in and tweak how you want your design stage or your feature definition to work. In the ODOT workspace, we deliver those. Not a whole lot you need to do. Generally, it should be good for the projects you're working on, but there could be scenarios where you may need or want to go in and make some of those changes. So you can change these bullet points are listed by the grouping in the properties dialog there. The processing and critical stations, this is obviously important for the level of detail you're looking for, and the more sections you have, the longer it's going to take to process. The display settings, it's going to have how you want the display of those corridor elements to be. It also impacts that level of detail you're looking for. The manipulator settings kind of displays where those template graphics are, as well as those corridor handles. This is one, sometimes when I'm looking at files, those little corridor handles can get lost pretty easily. So you can go in, and if you want to increase how often those are shown, that might be a little easier to grab those little ticks that show up on your corridor there. So here, zoomed in on that processing and critical sections and the display settings. And some of the things they're pointing out in this example was, do we want to show, do we want a template drop to be at the cardinal points? So at our PCs, PTs, or in the either horizontally and vertically. And do I want to densify those template drops through my horizontal and or vertical curves? So it'll increase that spacing as you go through those. Do I need more accuracy through that curve or not? And then there's options whether or not you want to show the top and bottom mesh. You can use those simultaneously. I would probably not suggest that until you're like at the very end of your design. And be aware of what settings you really need. If you're unsure, use the default settings or use what's in the ODOT workspace or whatever workspace you're working in. So here's an example in the top, the processing of the template drop the template drop multiplier here on the top is set to 5, so more of a conceptual or a design phase feature definition. On the bottom, you can see the template drop, those perpendicular lines get increases. That multiplier was changed to 1 in that example, and it sets it to that final design phase, which sets that multiplier. So you can see the increased detail. If you're looking at several alternatives, obviously the conceptual idea is probably all you need early on, but as you get through the stage design, stage 2 and 3, you're definitely going to want to set that to the design or the final feature definition. Some of these videos are a little bit slow getting into. Let's see if I can. So here, this particular corridor is set to the design feature definition, and they're kind of showing you which one we're looking at. And then when we're looking at, you can see this design feature definition has a template drop multiplier of 2. So even though you might have set up your corridor or your template drop to use a spacing of 5, it's still multiplying that interval 2 times. So it's only giving you a template drop every 10 feet, essentially. So hopefully here in a second, we'll change this to did you get to fast forward, JD? Oh. Can't even see it. Where is it? Oh, I can see it now. Shit. Sorry, excuse my French. Yeah. I think the AI bot will clean that up in the recording, right? All right, well, sorry. I won't try to fast forward anymore. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. When you change that, it sets it. There are some other editing tools here, geometry stroking. This sets their accuracy level of linear and curvilinear geometry that, you know, in that 2D and 3D features. Smaller values equal greater accuracy. So this can affect the accuracy of your terrain models, your corridors, your linear templates, surface templates. And there's 3 types of stroking. So curve, profile, and linear. Those are all controlled with configuration variables. So we do have these defined in our workspace already. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what we have them set to. But if you need to change it on your project, you could change that at a project level, project work set level if you need to. Linear stroking is going to define how often to compute a point or a template, a drop interval location on a tangent segment. Obviously, the profile stroking does the same thing on a profile element. And then curve stroking defines how often to compute that point along a curve. And these, when it's on curves, it goes on the chord offset in that case. So here's an example. You can see the linear stroking for this drive return here is set to 10 feet. The next example, also the curve and profile stroking is 0.07. In this example, they decreased the curve and profile stroking to 0.001 and the linear stroking to 0.1, or I'm sorry, to 1. So you can see the increased number of points that you're getting there. So if you were to run a linear template along this, you would end up with more template drops when you do that. The hard part there is making sure you change that on that base geometry. If you already have your template or linear template run along there, it's kind of sometimes can be tricky to grab the correct element to change the stroking on. So here, I have that same example. I have a linear template placed there, and you can see the lines in the 3D model, those perpendicular lines, and I think that's set to 10 feet in the first example they showed. So they're going in the plan view, and they're changing or looking at the properties of that graphic, and they're going to change at least the linear stroking here. I think they change all of them. So we're increasing them here, and you can see that it increases the template drop along there. Probably not going to want that to happen. And then we're going to go back in and tighten it all back up, and you're going to end up with a whole bunch every foot. Should have tried to speed all these up. So we'll go back to the 0.07 for the curve and profile stroking, and then I think linear stroking, they set that one to 1 foot. And you can see as you're changing those, that gets back, and that's definitely more dense. So something to think about. I also would say, think about, do we need to go to that level of detail? In some cases, maybe you do, in some, in other cases, you might not. As far as your template drop management, define the template drop interval based on the level of detail you need. The ODOT training guides suggest or recommend template drop spacing every 5 feet. We've heard from contractors that that's probably too much for what they need. They don't need that level of detail when it comes to just the grading. But if you're looking at intersection or pavement design, maybe you want that more frequently through those kind of areas. So they're suggesting here, template drop intervals of 5, 10, or 25 feet are the most common. Obviously, something downtown Columbus might need more accuracy than something out in some of the rural areas of the state. You can use smaller intervals, 1 foot, 2 feet through a certain range. Like I mentioned earlier, maybe through an intersection, it might make sense to do something like that. So we typically work with template drops. When we think about them, we think about where they want them with stations or XY locations. But sometimes in ORD, we want to use some design intent to where we want our template drops to begin and end. So here's some examples. I think these are pretty good. This first one, you're going to go in and create a corridor and add a template drop in to go across this crossing here. And when we're adding them in, they're just entering in the station where they want it to begin and end. I think this example with stationing goes from top to bottom. So they're just keying those in and hitting enter, and it locks it into place. And then, because we want our corridors and all our modeling to be dynamic, if something changes, the alignment changes or moves, we want that to follow it. So here, we are going to go to the plan view in a second. Well, it's showing you that it's looking at the corridor objects here and showing you the stations that they keyed in. Now we'll go to the plan view here, and we're going to move or extend this alignment. Notice what happens to the corridor that I set up in that template drop. It moves with it because it's remembering, hey, I wanted the stationing, I wanted this template drop to begin and end at this exact station. Some cases that may be what you want. Other cases, that's probably not ideal. Probably would have wanted that to stay down where it was. So in this example, they're going to go in, or they already drew in some lines. Hopefully you can see those, kind of a light cyan color, where they want the design or where they want that template drop to begin and end. So they'll create the corridor here, add their template drop, and instead of keying in the stations, we're going to snap to those control elements, if you will, for the template drop limits. And when you select the template drop, now you can see the stations there in the plan view. It's always hard to see those little snap graphics, but you can tell that, there's the snap rule is on there. So there's some design intent to those points. So now if I go and move or extend the alignment here, my corridor, my template drop stays exactly where I wanted it to stay. In most cases, that might be what you're looking for, mostly what you're going to be looking for. Wouldn't want to really you extend the alignment, and then at the beginning of the project, your stationing changes. Now you got to go move things. It does adjust the actual station values there. Lost the cursor altogether. So now what they went in and did, instead of showing some using those perpendicular lines here we're going to go in, and they're creating an offset element here, single offset partial, and creating some of that control geometry. In this case, now they're going to go in and move the template drop. They're going to grab the handle in the DGN file, and they're going to move it to the line that's there that they just created. You can see that's ruled geometry to the center line. Go in and we'll move the begin location, snap to that line that was just created. It's going to create that rule or that design intent there. So you can see now that the snap or the icons are on the line. We move the horizontal geometry. What do you think is going to happen now? Nothing, because that, that geometry is still where we had it. It was ruled, the template is ruled to that other line that was created there. So both of those kind of work the same. There might be just different idea or concept that might, one or the other might make more sense to you to use. And then I think they were going in and changing the length of this offset element. So when you change the length of that offset element, it moves where that template drop begins or ends. So just remember that when you enter those in, you type in your begin station or using Civil AccuDraw, and you type in XY coordinates if that's what you want. Those don't provide any design intent. So they're, those are going to be where they're at, or lock them to the station value. But when you do some other graphics like that, it can be easier to constrain, and really it gives you a nice visual reference of what's being done. Copying template drops is not something I would do a whole lot unless you're at like the next example here, like an intersection, or you need to increase the template drop interval, or maybe slightly tweak that one template drop through an intersection, or for some other reason. I would use it sparingly. I probably wouldn't suggest using it all over the place, but here we can go in and take and use the copy template drop command, and we'll basically just going to copy the template drop that's used on this corridor at the bottom. And it's going to create a new drop using the same template that was already there. And they're doing the same idea with creating some offset geometry here to use to kind of rule that too. This is a little slow to go through, so let me try this again. So they've added the drop. You saw it kind of process real quick, and now you'll see there's that rule graphic that they had there. They can move that element, and the template drop will change depending on where I move that offset element or that offset geometry. Notice that the original template drop location didn't change from where you first started it. So this one is ruled to the line, but now where it broke out the other one, now we'd still need to move that back and rule it to that geometry line that you created there as well. So that's going to process again. There's no real change just yet. All you're doing is really copying the drop at this point. They're doing the same thing on the other side. This is really hard to see. So what they did here, back that up. Now what we're going to do, or what they're showing here, is going in and editing the template within the model, and they're going to remove out the end conditions for that left side through the intersection. This is an acceptable workflow. We generally recommend, doing that kind of change in your ITL file, pushing it through versus right in the corridor. No, you can do either, but. And then the rest of this goes in showing adding a civil cell to, do the rest of the intersection there. I'll skip the rest here. When you do place that civil cell, and this isn't one example of where you might want to use key stations. As you get to the end of those radius returns, you're going to end up with some little gap that you're going to need to fill in. Maybe you want a key station also at a location where you have storm sewer or something. You want to make sure you have a template drop process at that one location, or maybe you have some other constraints that you really want to look at more than others. You can add some key stations. So here's an example. They they did that whole idea there, placed in the civil cell, added the linear templates for the radius returns. But you can see there's a little bit of a gap from the mainline model to the intersection model. So we'll go in to add the key stations there. And the trick here is sometimes you just got to leave the smallest of gaps, so a hundredth or a couple hundredths when you enter in the station. If it's right on top of the other one, sometimes the gap doesn't go away. So leave just a little tiny gap there. You can use Civil AccuDraw to kind of identify the station and then just increase or decrease that station location. I'm only going to let it play here to do the first one. You'll get the idea. So they snapped to it. It populated the station there, and then they typed over it with just I can't see what it was, but just ever so slightly changed the station there. So it adds a template drop at that key station, and we'll close that gap up for you. And then so you got a nice clean looking model there. What about corridor clipping? That's kind of the next idea, is that you're going to end up with areas that might overlap, or maybe you need to clip something at a skewed structure or roadway crossing. We can add clipping to a civil cell even. So from the corridor clipping command, you can add in clipping references, and those can be microstation elements, they can be civil geometry, they can be other corridors even. So you can target or clip that way. And then target aliasing will allow you to target other things or other corridors, other features, other end conditions, things like that. You can add in the dialog on the right, you can go in and add in the different things you want to target, whether it be a different terrain model or a different corridor. You can tell it if you want to use the closest one or let it try and solve for things. So this example here, I will try to fast forward. This one's a little long. They're going to use corridor clipping to clip out for a median island. So if you're doing your modeling and you think you got to create a new template for where your median island might be, maybe this is a different workflow that'll help you get through that without having to have multiple templates. Oh, let's see if I can do this again. So here you got, I don't know, whatever that is, 5-6 lane section looks like. And we want to add in on the left side, the plan view, you can see, hopefully you can see some cyan geometry there that identifies where that median island is going to be. And we're going to open the profile view of this in a second and then set the profile of that active. So then you'll see it in the 3D view. I'm afraid to touch move it. So here we go. We're going to set it active. You'll see that there. It's pretty standard workflow. And now we'll go use we're going to the corridor, add the clipping reference, and you're going to locate the corridor you want first that you want to clip, and then you'll locate that element, and you'll see that will get clipped out of your model. So there you go. Now, if you want to finish this, they'll go in and they're going to add a linear template here to add the curb. I'll let that finish and then I'll skip through the end. Then they'll also add a surface template to model the surface between the two curb within that island. There you go. Zoom in, you can see the curve. And then the next step would be to just go ahead and put a surface template in for the back of the curve, and you could finish that off that way. For sake of time, I'll just move on there. So that's one way to use corridor clipping. The next would be here. There are two template drops on these two edge of pavement geometry, pieces of geometry here. You can see the tapered lane coming in on the left side. They had two different corridor. I don't know if it's two different corridors or just two different template drops or linear templates. And you can see in the plan view, you can see where the template drops will overlap, as well as in the 3D model, you can sort of see it. And here we'll go in, and I just want to say, hey, I want to clip this one corridor to this other one, and it creates a ruled clip there. So we're going to clip the one on the right using the limit of the corridor on the left as our reference. I wish the 3D view was rotated the other way, so you were looking at it kind of more head on, but now you can see that cleaned itself up. I thought they selected it. You could see the different selections, but that's just another way to do some overlapping slopes. Maybe you have a skewed structure. You're going to model your roadway pavement through the bridge. It would be what I'd recommend. Create some microstation element for your bridge. That's, and then you could clip out the corridor to get your skewed modeling there as well. Here's one where they're going to use corridor clipping and target aliasing. You can see at that gore section there, we're setting the defining the target aliasing here. They have they've applied the corridor for Route 97 and the terrain model in there. So you can see in the cross-section view where the ramp now targets the mainline corridor end condition. And then we're going to switch over and go to the mainline corridor now, and we'll then clip the mainline to the ramp, and you'll end up with a nice clean sort of V ditch through that area. It's hard to tell where it overlaps, but the main line on the left there that's highlighted now is kind of beneath the other. They didn't show the cross-section view here. So we'll add this clipping reference, select the corridor, and we'll select the ramp as the one that we're going to clip to. Again, you can't really tell a whole lot from this video, at least the way that appears from those views. We will switch over now, go back to the ramp C model that had the cross-section view open. And when you go through the first couple now, you can see they intersect each other. So it's a nice way to kind of clean it up without having to do a whole lot of other extra work. But there's other ways you could do that as well with point controls and other geometry type stuff. Secondary alignments can be used then to change the direction of the processing of your cross section. So in ramp areas or gores or turn lanes, maybe you want to turn where that end condition processes along that. You can see the kind of examples here. You can add these two different ways, whether it be adding a control element with the command, the create secondary alignment command, or you can add it when you add a point control. You can say, I want to use this one as a secondary alignment. So here's two examples in the corridor objects dialog. There is a tab on the left that says, here's all my secondary alignments. And then on the right, or the lower one, it's showing you the point control. And then the red box, it's showing you that that element was being used as a secondary alignment. So this video is showing us both options, or at least the two videos here will show us we're going to use that blue line as our secondary alignment. We'll go in and use that command. Probably should have just turned on their audio, let them talk about it. So they're selecting the command, add secondary alignment. We're selecting the corridor and then selecting the geometry we want to use, and it'll go out. You can tell it the the begin and end point where you want that to start and end. And then you'll see in the 3D view as that processes, you'll see how it turns the template drops at that geometry there to be perpendicular to the new line. It might be a little hard to see, but you can see it in that view. So the next one is doing the same thing, except adding a point control and then telling it, hey, I want to use the geometry for my point control to have that be a secondary alignment. And here is the create point control command. In the tool settings dialog, you can see the check mark for create secondary alignment is toggled on. You will get it on the heads up prompt as well, that you'll need to accept it. We're selecting or locating what point we want to control, and then we're going to tell it what geometry we want to use as the control element. So the right edge of pavement, I want to move it out to that control line that I have. Come on. There we go. We accepted all those prompts, including the secondary alignment prompt. And it's now thinking about it. And as you can see, it did that there. And hopefully we zoom in. You can see how it kind of turns it through that taper that you have there. I think that was all they're showing there. Only a couple more here. Single edit stations. If you have the cross-section viewer open, you can right click and you can go to edit station. This literally is only editing this one station. So I wouldn't suggest doing a whole lot of this. If you have more than a few sections in a row that you got to do some edits like this to, I'd suggest using a different workflow, either a different template or an end condition exception. But maybe you have this one section here where your grading extends beyond the right of way, go in and edit that section, and you can move that back slope in to make sure it ties in within the right of way. When you're all done, you can review your model, use the corridor objects, or you can use Explorer to go in and review the different things about your model, whether it be your point controls, your parametric constraints, any of those things, your template drops. You can review them in either one of those locations. There's other tools that I didn't really talk about. Editing template drops. Do I do those in my template library? Do them right in my corridor? Generally, we recommend that in your template library. It seems to be the best practice, that we have a good record of it. If someone were to sync up a template from the library and then you've made edits in your model, then those changes that you made in the model itself are lost. So you need to be careful with that. There may be cases where that makes sense to do something like that, but generally we recommend using your template library file. I also didn't really talk about corridor references or horizontal feature constraints. You can target different features. I didn't talk about parametric constraints where you can change things based on the labels you put in your template, or end condition exceptions. So those are also other things that you could look at to improve your model or give it some more detail. I think this is the last one. Some do's and don'ts. Don't create proposed terrains in your corridor files. Create a separate DGN file to create your proposed corridor or proposed terrains. Don't create your cut and fill meshes in your corridor files. Create a separate DGN that's going to create those meshes on their, its own file and keep them all separate. Don't clip your corridors for unnecessary reasons. So if it doesn't seem like this is a good idea to clip this one, or maybe it's something fairly insignificant, or I would try to avoid clipping that if not absolutely necessary. And don't overcomplicate your templates. Use that KISS theory there. Do segregate or separate or federate your files and reference things together. Use the corridor editing tools for better ways to manage edits in your template. And then one thing I think that I've seen when I've helped folks is, they want to make a change and then they got to wait for the corridor to process. And it gets time consuming if you're doing a lot of edits. So if you deactivate that corridor, deactivate those rules, you can make all the edits that you want and you don't have to wait for it to process. And when you're done, you can activate the rules again and it'll process all those changes at once rather than individually as you're working on it. So I think that's all I got. Any questions online? Sorry if that was kind of repeat on a lot of things for probably some of you, but probably hit some good points, I think, for others maybe. Seemed to be what some folks were asking about. So turn it over to Adam here. He's going to talk about some stuff other stuff we got going on.
Some fun stuff. All right. So I just want to briefly go over what we've been doing here for CAD Office. So just wanted to bring up that people probably know already that 2023 was released back in November of 2017. I mean, the 17th of 2023. We've been testing it since then. We have had a little access before it was released to kind of go over some things with them with Bentley. We've also done some testing via our classes back in January. So it was about a 2-week stint of training using that software over project-wise. And we didn't really find any major issues, but we will go over some issues that we did come across. Internally. So some of the enhancements and defects that we have that Bentley has fixed, we do have a link there. So you can take a look at that list. So the drainage did receive some major updates to the extract utilities graphics. The annotation did receive some other civil expressions and other no longer working with linear templates. The civil labeler also received a total of 4 updates for civil expressions, no longer working with linear templates as well. And then the name boundaries also received 4 updates, initially displaying the plan sheet incorrectly displayed all levels when certain levels are not off by default in the model. And then, so basically, 2023 did fix a total of 94, and also some of those were enhancements. So what's currently stopping ODOT from moving to 23? Because you're probably all wondering why we haven't already moved. So it comes down to 2 major ones here, which is the DTY. So as you go to check in a file, you'll notice that if you have been using it, I don't know how many of you guys out there have been using it, but you probably have been noticing that the DTY also checks out every time you open up a file. So that's kind of more of just a annoyance, and that's one of the main reasons why. You might think that's kind of a lame reason, but it is a reason because ODOT does receive a lot of service requests on certain things, and just for our users, they'll get confused. Why is this happening? And we don't really want to receive a ton of SRs. Plus, At this point, ORD 24 may be coming out sooner rather than later. So why push out an update now when we could just do 2 for 1? And I do want to mention, if you did want to follow that defect, the defect number is 1071823. So you can also add yourself to that defect and you can keep track of that. Next, this one took us a really long time to figure out what was going on here. So as a user was opening up a file, it didn't have to have the sheet model active, or it was just whenever you opened up a file, they would always show this error code here, unable to run command in sheet or drawing model. And we still really don't know what was causing that, but I think that one of the main reasons was Bentley did make a lot of changes to some of their structuring and some of the settings within the user preferences dialog. So once we refreshed that and cleared it out and recreated that whole file for the user preferences, it seemed to fix the issue. So that one took us a really long time. So now we're going to do some more interactive. We're hoping that a lot of people are going to actually take a look at some of these links. I don't know, people out in the audience here, you can go back to these later if you don't already have a laptop and you're following along. We're also going to be providing these links into the chat as well. So go ahead and click on some of these as we're going along so we can keep track of some of these issues. So the first one is enhance. Oh, these are. Oh, I was going to do it at the end, but. Oh, so we do also have. Did you guys post that link in the chat as well? So they posted the link in the chat to go to the ideas page for each one of these. So what the ideas page is pretty much going to house all of Bentley's ideas that help push certain issues that people are having when it comes to adding features. So the main none of these are in any kind of order. They're just all of the ones that ODOT thinks are important that we would like to be implemented into the software sooner rather than later. So these are our top ideas. So the first one is enhanced annotation definitions. And what that really means is that when adding an annotation group, you go to modify that text definition or annotation group, the leader or the frame does not correlate with the different sizing of that annotation. And as you're clicking on these, they do give you more of a description as well on those items that we're showing. The next one is already currently only imports the chains, profiles, points, and from the Geopack GPK file. So we really want to see that Bentley can import parcels, survey chains, lines, curves, spirals, and all that from the GPK. I think that would be a really important feature to add. I don't think it'd be too hard for them to do that. Next, we have add functionality of the unit format when creating tables from reports. We would like to see this option. Within this option, there is a show hide units of format type via the item property. Currently, there isn't one like that for this report. So something similar to what text fields has would be pretty beneficial as well. Next, the ORD drainage new properties for gutter and spread depth at edge of grate is not at the center currently, which I think that'd be important that it would be. So currently the software reports on the spread depth at the start and end of the gutter. It would be nice to would like to additional properties to also report the spread depth at the edge of the grade. So just to before, oh shoot. Oh, so JD just said that part of that is because CDSS does report that data. So it'd be nice to also have that in ORD. Next is the plan and profile drawing sheet creation with the name boundaries. So can't see where that. The comment for that. See the arrow up there, but not over here. How do you get to the scroll bar for the notes? There you go. Okay, the last one, profile plan or plan profile drawing sheet creation with name boundaries. That's currently not something that's supported. And I think it'd be pretty beneficial to be able to make the ability to automate that process a little bit better, because currently the workflow is you cut your plan and profile, and then you have to go back through and cut that profile, the other profile for the left or the right, so that it can go on the same sheet. So it'd be beneficial to be able to have that name boundary feature to do that.
What I'm gonna do here is actually take some time, so everyone online too, we're really trying to take some time in this presentation to get you guys to go there right now and vote. Because I know if you don't do it now, you probably won't do it. So all these links, everyone online, please, click on these links and vote on them, so we can show Bentley that these are important ideas. So I have one of them up and still at 11 votes. We got like 200 people online. I know that I'm not expecting everyone to do it, but we're taking the time to put this in the agenda. We want to make sure everyone really takes an effort here. I think these are all great ideas. Now, if you don't agree with the idea, then of course, don't vote. But I think these are our top ideas. So I know everyone in the audience, you might not have the links available to you, but I know everyone online, it's right there in the chat. So help us out, guys. Help let us all work together here to get these ideas higher up on that list. Especially the Geopack one. That was a huge one.
Yeah, it would have been nice to make this a little more interactive, but I really couldn't think of a way to make it so it was a little more interactive and more, so people could get more involved in it, so we could track it. But to continue on to the next slide here, we have the ORD seating reports like Geopack. I'm sure a lot of people would like this feature because it was used quite a bit before. And for some reason, Bentley didn't see how it was worth putting in. So we just want to get back to some of the functionality when it comes to Geopack and back when it came to the seating reports and quantities, and the ability to include seating width and area on cross sections. So we do have some little examples in there. So Bentley does provide the ability to attach things so you could see what those images are if you've never used Geopack and you would like to add some comments to there as well. The next one is the ability to delete specific groups instance instead of just all instances. So what does that mean? Basically what that means is as you're in your cross sections and you go to annotate all of your cross sections, if you have them all in one container for your XS sheets, you'll notice when you annotate that you can't just pick specific annotations, but I think it would be nice to be able to select those and just remove, like, let's say right away, your existing, you want to redo those, or you have your proposed, you want to remove those. it'd be nice just to remove those specific annotations from the cross sections. I did want to mention that we do technically have an application, the VBA, in our standards already underneath the VBA folder. So if you want to take a look at that, you can. It does delete those annotations already until Bentley decides they want to implement something there. And the name for that is delete XS annotations.VBA. Next, we have enhancing name boundaries, updating name boundaries, and applying name boundary geometry rules. I'm not really sure how they're going to implement this, but it is one of the top voted ideas on the open civil ideas page. But I guess what they're wanting to do there is make it so it's a little more interactive. So if you're wanting to modify something, let's say down the road, they wanted to make it so that when you adjust those name boundaries, it just automatically updates throughout all of your sheets and stuff like that in your annotations. I mean, it would be nice, but I feel like that one's kind of going to be one of those that's going to be really tough for Bentley to achieve. And that's probably why they haven't done it yet. Next, we need a manage modification options and annotation group for points. Currently, the only option to do this available is linear features. This means any text annotated through point annotation groups can't be moved or rotated, which is a problem for right of way points. So as you can see there, it is one of those things that I feel like they can achieve. So if you could go in there and vote for that one, I think the more votes we get on these, as JD said, I think they'll actually start to take notice that, hey, people are actually using this, and I think we should add this to our software. The last one here is add. This one's one of JD's programming ones. So it's been around for a really long time. So he would really like to get this one pushed, I'm sure. So if you could go in there and definitely vote for this one, would be great. It's adding create cell instance method to place the cell from a cell library. There is no way in the .NET to place this new cell instance by reading the cell definition from the cell library. I don't know, JD, do you want to go over a little more on? Okay, just vote for it because yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't really understand it either, but okay. All right. So the last page is the idea pages. Go ahead and click on those links. I did want to mention that on our wiki page now, we do have a ODOT ideas portal. So what that basically is going to be is an overall view of all of the ones that ODOT thinks is important. And they're rated by priority since high, medium, low. I guess if you have some really good ideas that you want us to take a look at or whatever, so that we can also help vote on them, go ahead and send us that as well. And I think that brings me to, oops, quick updates and info. I think, Matt, you go up first. You're doing the whole thing? Okay.
So yeah, I was going to add to that what Adam said at the end. If you have ideas you want us to vote on, Kim suggested one recently. We submitted. I think it only had 2 votes. It didn't make our high priority list, but it's out there. It should be on the wiki page Adam just mentioned. All right, so we were trying to fill some slots here. We have these user presentations later, which are great, which we really appreciate. We did want to just acknowledge the ideas or the suggestions that people, the topics people wanted to see us cover. I just kind of summarized, I went through the list and summarized where they kind of fell or what category they were in. The 5 on the left are the ones that I'm going to talk about. I have a couple more slides just to go a little bit more detail, not a ton. And then the ones on the right are still important. Covered the modeling stuff earlier. JD will talk your ear off all day long if you want to talk about workspace updates and modifications, so you can call him. But the other stuff here we'll look at is BIM and digital delivery. People wanted an idea where we're at. Level display still comes up very often. Some cross-section stuff, earthwork and seating kind of all go together. As far as the BIM and digital delivery, you know, Rachel kind of mentioned in the opening where things are at. I don't remember she said we do have a web page there that's listed first where we're going to submit or have, you know, kind of updates, status updates, reports, progress or project updates. There's not a whole lot there right now. We do have the status report and strategic recommendations that we had created in July of 2022. We are in the beginning stages of updating that or revising that going forward for some things that we learned or we would like to include or kind of tweak our thought process on that. We do have the digital delivery pilot project, like she mentioned earlier. Probably not a whole lot we can say at this point. It's not quite under contract, but nothing that I have here in text is anything that wasn't published externally already. But we are very excited about this to help take a project from design to construction to inspection without any plans production. So a model is a legal document, and they hopefully lay sort of the framework or the groundwork for what we might be able to do internally or as a department. And hopefully it makes it, it can end up being scalable to some extent. As far as level display here, I did create a wiki page on our Ohio DOT and consultants Bentley community, and I titled it Ohio DOT Open Roads Designer Best Practices for Level Management. There's a link there if you want to go check it out. There's a whole lot that goes into it. You know, creating a whole bunch of videos might have been more confusing. I thought it was just easier just to list a bunch of bullet points, give you ideas. These are best practices. I'm not saying it's rule of thumb. This is thou shalt do this or not do that. But I broke it up into 3 sections, and rather than retype it, I just took screenshots of it. So the first section, I usually feel like plan and cross section are the easiest. There's not a whole lot of issues there. When you attach the reference files directly, don't use any live nesting. So don't use any other container model to create, you know, in your plans production kind of process. Attach all those directly. It may seem like a few extra steps. I'm pretty sure I can promise you'll save yourself headaches later with live nesting. Like I said, don't attach other container files. I kind of went into some ideas there with container files there. If you really, really insist on using another one with live nesting, keep that nesting depth at, you know, no more than 1, maybe 2 in some extreme circumstance. Also, keep in mind, you know, your level changes need to happen in view 1. So when that's referenced into the other models you're using in your plans production, MicroStation just by default is always looking at view 1. If you have that multi-model view open and you're making those changes in view 4, and then you go to your sheets and you get frustrated that those changes haven't come through, it's usually because you've turned the levels off in view 4, not in view 1, which is the one that's, you know, being used as the reference. I also suggest using view display for plan, or the view display setting of the level display dialog for plan and cross section. That seems to be the easiest. Global display confuses a lot of users. It seems to work very well for plan and cross section. Profiles seem to be the trickiest in my mind, and usually it's trickiest because if you're doing a plan and profile type sheet with that multi-model view, your profile is going to end up being in view 4 or whatever setting, a different view than view 1, because you're going to have your plan view in view 1 most likely. What I found is, at least if I open the profile view in view 1 at least one time, it kind of triggers that profile to be created, and the level then display is there. It doesn't know that it's there in view one, so when you're referencing it, it kind of gets a little bit confused. From there in the plan and profile idea, once you move it back to, it's going to be a pain to go back and forth as you're working. Hey, I want plan view in view one or profile in view one. So if you go back to the multi-model idea, put your profile in view four, and then use global display just for that one idea or one type of view, that seems to work pretty well so far. As far as sheet models, whether it be plan, profile, cross sections. Oh, as far as the profile, if you just have a profile only sheet, usually once you get the profile view open, you can open that in view one and leave it there. Maybe open your plan view in a different view. It's just a matter of which views you're using, usually, how that makes sense. As far as your sheets or your plan sheets go, the drawing model, reference attachment settings are a couple of the first things that I will look at when I'm trying to troubleshoot level display. And in most cases, these two settings are what people have changed and will kind of ruin their day or, give them bad taste about level display. The display overrides we have set to never in all of our seed files. If you change that to allow or always, it's going to cause you some problems if you want that container model to control the display of your sheets. By doing that, you're basically saying, I want to override whatever happens there. It's not going to sync up changes later and run into some other problems. The new level display setting we have set to equal config variable. And then in our workspace, that configuration variable, we set that so new levels are never displayed as you use them. And the reason being is when you go in to your file, maybe somebody's gone in and added a whole bunch of new graphics. Suddenly in your plan and profile sheet, you have a bunch of other stuff that somebody drew from another discipline that you never intended to be on the sheet. Now at your submittal time, you're backtracking and trying to figure that out. So there are differing opinions of it. It's been this way in Yodot Workspace for a long, long time, even back to V8. So it's not something we intend to change, but sometimes if you change that to always, I can't remember what the options were, always or never, allow and never. If you set that to allow, then suddenly you're allowing new levels that have been created in your references to be turned on. So you may or may not want that to happen. I like the challenge of the level display one, so I hope my email doesn't get flooded here, but reach out. Most of the time, it's usually a pretty simple fix. So feel free to reach out if you need some help. The next topic here was cross sections. This was the phrasing and the suggestion. I'm not sure if it was a question or exactly where it was going to, but revisit cross section levels to be displayed in plans, confusion between district guidance. I guess what I'll really say here the most is L&D Volume 3 and the sample plans identify what should be shown in your cross sections. This has not changed. ORD or whatever software package you use doesn't change the way your plan sheet should look. Or at least what should be shown, I should say. The appearance might be slightly different, but what is actually there, the content doesn't change. What I suspect might be coming from is none of the templates that we have out there for the pavement have a subgrade component in it. And the pavement layers are all being shown on the cross sections when L&D, I can't remember the section now, I should have added it here, specifically states that we're only showing the subgrade. We don't need to show the pavement layers. So to do that, I presented this a long time ago in one of these user group meetings. I broke it up into a smaller section on the wiki page. I show how to go in and add your component there. There's several things to kind of keep in mind or consider, whether you have display rules on or how you create those components. And then when you go up from the bottom of the subgrade up to your graded shoulder line, I feel like there's almost always some user interaction that has to happen. How do I want this to tie in here? And if we just added it to the template without modifying some of the other things, that it would probably cause more confusion than needed. So for the time being, we want to go in and add in that subgrade component. I think that's where this the comment here was coming from, or at least I'm assuming that might have been where it's coming from. If this was you, or there was a couple similar to this, you know, if you have some clarification, you can reach out to us too. Here was another one. We received a couple things like this about earthwork calculations. Can we just pull the quantities from the model and show a table in the notes? I'm going to say here, the end areas and the volumes must be shown in the plans. I will say there probably could be some leeway whether or not you show them on the cross sections. If you wanted to show it in a tabular format somewhere in the plans, I would make sure you get your district project managers buy-in before you do that. Don't submit a project or don't submit that without getting that kind of approval first. It is not acceptable to just show the total cut and fill volumes in a notes, let's say. So say it's from a surface to surface comparison. We had that happen recently with a set of plans that went out to bid. It was in the notes that way, and the pre-bid questions all came in. Where are the end earthwork volumes? So for the time being, that is the process, and it's not going to change because of whatever software you might be using. We still need that, and they need that in the field to verify what's going on. We need that if we get sued to be able to have something to stand by, at least at this point. The next one was getting seating quantities to run and onto cross-section sheets in ORD. Adam just talked about that. That was the idea that I had submitted. Don, can we push that one on the list? Can you help us out there? Right now, the workflow is basically the old-fashioned perimeter. Get your perimeter out, measure the lines, put the text in. We have some tools, some of the old VBA apps that are still available. The dirt calc tool is available in the ORD or in our workflow, and you can go in. I have a video that I put on our wiki page that kind of gives some suggestions on how you can maybe use that to help automate it. Hopefully you have some interns in your office that you can just have them go measure lines at this point. And again, same way with the earthwork stuff. I wouldn't have any heartburn if it were me, if you put that in some tabular format, just get your project managers buy-in before doing that. Questions, thoughts, suggestions on any of those? Anything else? That's all I have for now. Anybody online have anything?
Start on never, or does it vary per DG? Which
Should, if you're doing the name boundary workflow, our drawing or sheet seed files should always have it set to never. Something I've checked probably a dozen or 2 times. It'll use probably your last setting. So sorry for the question online, was the display override setting equal never, or is that set by default? That should be in our drawing seeds to create the name boundary with the name boundary workflows. It'll create those with never in our workspace. If you attach a reference file manually and you get the interactive, the dialogue that pops up to attach one, there is the option there to set that. And I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that either uses the last setting that you used, or there might even be a user preference you can toggle that on. I would recommend setting it to never when you attach your file manually. Use the last one. Okay, thanks. Oh. I'm not answering roundabout questions.
Right.
Oh, dude, what'd you do? Chat. Up?
Yeah. I haven't read the whole thing yet.
Which one am I looking at? Sam?
No.
Where's the arrow at? Okay, here's the question online for the folks here is, what about in an area of a roundabout? Easy way to show earthwork areas through the circulating corridor. Have typically shown area in plan view with a hatching that shows where the volume is pooled in the model. Yeah, that circulatory roadway is probably tricky. I think you have to look at some examples of what some other folks have done. In my experience, I did show a plan sheet that had kind of a grid, and it told me the cut and fill depths at those points, like every 5 or 10 feet, we showed at least what we were considering where the cut and fill depths were. You could probably try and cut a couple cross sections through a couple different views and do it that way. I think there's probably a little more leeway with that than a typical corridor type project. I don't know, has anybody here done any roundabouts recently? Have any suggestions? This is a user group meeting, so share something. Okay, Bruin said just add a note that says from roundabout. Anything else that I need to address, guys, or you get them all? So we're looking at the comment on, if you couldn't hear JD, it says one setting I would like to see change is the display new levels from your base maps and containers. More than likely you want to see that level on our sheet. That's what I was just talking about with the new level config variable. I don't think we have any intention of changing that. If you want to change it on your configs that you guys are using, or in a project, you can do that. But our delivered workspace, it's going to remain. From my own personal experience with 20 some years of doing plans production, I couldn't tell you how many times that we'd go in and traffic guy went in and added all kinds of stuff, and now I got to go turn it all off because I don't need it there. I get where you're coming from. Most of the time you probably will want it on, but I'd rather have the user interaction saying, do I really want this on? It's not used. So Don's question is there any reason that those levels aren't already there? Well, or aren't. So if you wanted to go in when you set up your files and do what Don is just suggesting, create an element on every level that you might think is going to be used, then they're there. You can turn them off ahead of time. You're talking about in the drawing models? Yeah, crossing. Yeah, I get that part of it. From the base map part of it, I feel like, I don't know.
Just tack on the state view to create an instance to control levels are on ramp. So the fun part from my admin perspective is you can turn on or off levels and exit the file and then put them all back on so that you can get a chuckle, at least from the
that would be fun.
But
in general, most cases it worked itself out and people realized, like, if you think about it thematically, certain files need to look certain ways. There's no reason why that level one time needs to be off, another time needs to be on. It looks in good alignment with the ODOT standards to begin with.
You have good points. So for those online, Don Lee from Bentley is giving a bunch of suggestions on how to do things. His email address is don.lee@bentley.com. Yeah. I like the first idea you had about drawing the elements in, but really, if you want to go back, I really like 63 levels. And you could turn them on or off before they were ever used. It was so much easier. I know I'm never going to want this one on. So I'm showing a little bit of my age. So yeah. All right, let's go to lunch. Thanks for your feedback. Remember, don.lee@bentley.com, and he'll solve all your problems.
Guys, we're gonna get started here again. So the afternoon's really gonna be all consultant presentations. So the first one we have is Ed Cashman from Jacobs. So I'll hand it over to him and just learn a bit about ConceptStation on the Brent Spence.
Good afternoon. So I guess I walked out here with the first session after lunch. Hopefully not too many sleepy eyes. I'm going to be talking about Brent Spence Bridge with ConceptStation. I'm sure this is a project that everyone's been hearing about for years now. So I'm going to give a brief introduction to the project, just a very basic overview, a ConceptStation overview for those of you who may not be aware of ConceptStation. Some of the different uses that we have for ConceptStation right now on Brent Spence Bridge, including ensuring design feasibility, producing exhibits, producing quantities, particularly for the contractor in our case. Some tips and tricks, lessons learned that I've picked up along the way here on this project. And then some of the challenges that can come with ConceptStation. Not necessarily problems, but just things to be aware of when you're working with ConceptStation. So Brent Spence Bridge Corridor Project, this is around 5 miles of I-71, I-75 in Kentucky, 1 mile in Ohio. Well, it sounds like, Ohio is very small. It's really not. It's 1 mile of freeway, but there's a lot of interchanges, a lot of bridges and structures in that area. So as far as the breakdown with the project, AECOM is working on the Kentucky side, as well as with the companion bridge. Jacobs is working on the Ohio side. So we get all of the fun interchange work. The project will widen I-75, rebuild the interchanges, and provide a collector distributor road system. This is a progressive design build, so we are collaborating with the state DOTs and also with the contractor. So I just put in here a brief ConceptStation statement from Bentley, just describing what ConceptStation does. I mean, essentially it is, in my opinion, a modeling light software, similar to ORD, but simpler in some of its design aspects. Much faster to put together. So let me just go into a little bit of that. So I put on here just a screenshot of the template design in ConceptStation. And you can see where there's a lot of prepackaged components. It's not like ORD where you're typically maybe creating your own component from scratch, not always using what the DOT provides. But here, all these different components are in there. You're just changing them slightly and some of their the widths, the slopes. It's quite basic. So here I just mentioned that you're grabbing these components, you're plugging them in. Now it's also different that you're not generally just selecting where you want to put it within the template. You're locking onto another component in there. So it's keeping everything together automatically. all of the component criteria is handled via the dialog box underneath the template cross section. So ConceptStation has easy to create alignments, corridors, and profiles. And you can see here in the screenshot where I highlighted the design speed, that is controlling all of your super elevation, and it does assist with vertical design, putting in the correct K value curves. So it is very quick to put together a corridor, and but there are still some lessons to be learned, some tips and tricks I'll cover shortly. So some of the uses on Brent Spence Bridge, we had an initial concept, which was used as our base design, and this has changed during the conceptual phase. Some of these changes were quite minor. Ramps were moved around, connections were moved from one roadway to another, but there were more extensive changes as well. We did add in a frontage road, which did not previously exist. So using ConceptStation for those elements was helpful during the conceptual phase, just to flesh out anything that wasn't actually feasible. And then we also used it to create exhibits for reviewers, because there are a lot of stakeholders on this project. And then also quantities for estimating purposes, which is, of course, of interest to the DOTs and then also to the contractor. So looking at the screenshot here, I was trying to highlight, which is very small and difficult to see at this size, but I was trying to show the vertical clearance tool, you know, how easily it can really measure the vertical clearance between two corridors, which that was I think one of the better tools actually in ConceptStation, especially for a project like this where you have bridges and ramps crossing each other all over the place. Some of the other aspects where ConceptStation was useful for design feasibility are a little more basic. I mean, you can easily spot horizontal encroachment without any particular tool. Also, for us, a lot of ramps were coming in at pretty steep grades, but I mean, that is also just basic profile work. So going through this process, it took us a little bit of time to really kind of get through all the different problem areas, just to get all the ramps and whatnot to have the correct vertical clearance. One major use for us was also creating exhibits for the reviewers. So this screenshot is actually coming out of LumenRT, which kind of has its own tips and tricks. So when I started creating exhibits, it was October, and LumenRT will actually, it defaults to whatever day you're on, as well as with the weather that it's depicting in there. So starting in October, it was bright, and then during the middle of winter, it started to get very dark on the imagery, and some of the reviewers complained about that. So now I set everything to June 1st just to make it as bright as possible. So the quantities that ConceptStation can produce can go directly into a CSV, which is my preference. There are some quantities that it'll show in file. Those are mostly just overall quantities, but I typically need to see the breakdown because a lot of these items weren't of particular interest. It can also, it further breaks down all of these quantities by corridor and alignment. So that can be very helpful if you're trying to break out quantities, which I typically was. It does, so the way it's doing it is it does break down by change in cross section. So if you have a new template coming in, or if you have a connection, that's where it's going to put in a breakpoint. ConceptStation is also being used to publish information to iTwin. That's being used for design reviews, particularly by the contractor. So I did pull a screenshot. It's kind of hard to see like a difference between this and ConceptStation. I mean, it looks very close if you're looking from an overhead view. So some tips and tricks here. The first one is something to be very careful with, the coordinate system. So the coordinate system inside of a project on ConceptStation cannot be changed after you start. So you want to make sure whatever you begin with, that's what you're going to want to keep throughout the project. If you were to try and change it, you would basically have to export your alignment to a DGN, reproject it into the correct coordinate system, then import back into ConceptStation. You could bring the template library from your old file right in the ConceptStation, but you'd have to redo all of your corridor work. So, I mean, that's really where the bulk of the work is. It can be helpful to export the model to a DGN. So for Brent Spence Bridge, where we really needed to export the ConceptStation model was for measurements for green space that we were creating. You can kind of see on here in these areas where, you know, where there was previously a road, now it's just a giant piece of land. That's of a lot of interest to the locals. So every time we changed those concepts or added ramps or move ramps, they always wanted to make sure that we weren't impacting the amount of green space that was being created. So when you are trying to export the model, you're going to want to detach the terrain so that you can actually complete the export. Otherwise, it'll give you an error. The only caveat is you do want to be prepared to revert that file right back afterwards, because you do need that terrain in your file, especially if you're doing anything else with it, any kind of design. So in our case, what I would do is I would just free the file on ProjectWise after I had created my DGN export. Another thing to note with that export is it is made up of meshes. So this is not line work that can be easily manipulated. Also, the level system is pretty rudimentary. There's only going to be, I believe, 4 to 5 levels created from this. So it's not like a normal file where you can turn off the shoulder. All of that's connected in to the road level. So this is more general of a tip and trick, not necessarily related to Brent Spence, but some intersections can be very difficult when you have a lot of legs coming in together. The selection order when you're picking roadways to add to the intersection is very important. You want to pick the roadway, the first roadway, based on how vertically important that roadway is. So if you have a structure, say right next to the intersection, that's probably going to be an important roadway. And that's the one you would want to start with. And then you pick the other roadways afterwards. Sometimes it can be a little finicky. So you may have to play with your selection order. And after you do create the intersection, there is very limited profile control for those side roads. So, you know, you may be able to make a couple small changes here and there, but if you make a big change, it's going to break the connection. For the bridge ramps, which we actually have quite a few of on Brent Spence Bridge, it can be helpful to sketch in the ramp without actually making a connection to the main line, just to make sure that your profile is realistic. Also, if you do import and export between ORD and ConceptStation, you're probably going to be bringing in an alignment that's similar to what's shown here, where the bridge ramp isn't actually connecting to the bridge, just based off of actual ramp design criteria. The program it's looking for a certain angle of connection. So if you're not within that angle, it's not going to be able to connect the ramp. However, you do want to actually have your ramp connect to the bridge when you're producing things like exhibits or quantities, just so you have that ballpark quantity in there. And also, so you don't get questions from reviewers about why the ramps aren't connected. So when you're making a lot of changes to alignments, or if you're detaching terrains and importing terrains, you're going to want to make sure that you don't have clipping issues with the different corridors. So you can see here on this top left picture where it looks like part of the terrain is poking through on the corridor. It's because it didn't actually clip the terrain like it was supposed to. So what I like to do before, anytime I'm going to produce an exhibit, I like to just double check the wireframe by hitting Control W and making sure that all those corridors are clipping the terrain like they're supposed to. And then if they are not, then you can just refresh the alignment and that'll renew the clip. So some of the challenges that I ran into, and like I said, these aren't really problems with the program. It's just that they're things to be aware of when you're working with it, just to be prepared for problems like ramp connections that can be a little bit troublesome. The ramps are fairly easy to connect, at least for roadways. Bridge ramps can be a little bit more challenging. And you may need to just jiggle those alignments a little bit just to get the connection to work. And then for roadways in particular, you can always come back and, fix some of those some of the changes you made after you've made the connection. Bridge ramps, you're very limited. You can see here in the picture where this was a bridge ramp that had previous must have moved the alignment slightly, and it broke that connection really. I mean, it still thinks it's part of the bridge, but it's not connected. And the only way to fix this type issue is really to recreate the connection. So another issue that I ran into is that alignments, you can create them very easily in ConceptStation, but if you want them to really be accurate the same way that you would on a typical road project, you're really going to want to clean those in ORD by importing and exporting, making sure the alignments are where you actually want them to be in relation to other roadways, or in as far as where the end and begin points are. So I would always, or I try to export them, make sure it looks good in ORD, and then bring it back in. For most of the Brent Spence Bridge corridors that we were using, or alignments that we were using, those were already produced. So we were just tweaking those from what had already been created. And I mean, depending on what you're actually going to use this model for, it may or may not matter. If you're just doing a simple proposal or a very basic concept, it may not matter that the alignment's not exactly where you want it to be. So there is no means to control the cross sections other than via the template. It's not like ORD where you have a parametric constraint. You're really limited to what you draw into the template. And every time you want to add an element, say you wanted to have curb and gutter connecting to shoulder, you're going to have a new template that has that curb and gutter drawn into it. So templates are easy to create, but you're going to need a lot if you want to do things very accurately. And that is it for me. Any questions? I did not, but I did go through at least 3 different versions of ConceptStation since I've started, so I'm sure some of that stuff has been getting cleaned up. So my understanding of spirals is that ConceptStation does actually use spirals. However, due to personal preference of another designer, we did not show spirals in ConceptStation.
Thank you. That was, yep, thank you, Ed. Let me get PowerPoint switched over real quick here. Okay. All right. So our next presenter is going to be Brune Ramsdale with American Structurepoint. It's going to go over going from model to cross-section sheets.
Clicker. Yeah. All right. Let everyone know Michigan State is up at halftime. For any sports fans who scheduled this, I don't know who they are. Anyways. It's probably more entertaining. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about how getting from the model to sheets, something very interesting. Anyways, so that's me and my kids. If you really want to read that, squint, there's a few jokes in there, but the last part is the opinions expressed by me are not expressed views of my company. They usually don't let me out of the office very much, so before I swear, it's not them. Anyways, so here's my thesis. Basically that, time is a limited resource and spend it on things that matter. That's my goal today, is to get you more modeling and less time in sheets. I think as we go to the model as the deliverable, our models that have to actually be good and not just like 50-foot representations of what is good. So hopefully I can get you spending some more time modeling and less time manipulating sheets. So we'll have to figure out something for those CAD techs and interns to do, I guess. But so my proposition is use things that already is good at and don't use it for things it's bad at. Avoid doing things by hand, hatching, annotating, manipulating. Don't really even touch annotations until stage 3. Please, because we know they're all going to get deleted, even though we've had some VBAs or whatever. Annotating and re-annotating is the name of the game right now. So I'm going to say cut sheets and forget about them. They're only for sheet numbering and borders. Like, just stay out of them, even though we have quantities on them. I'm going to tell you not to do that. So we created this beautiful model of our interchange. We probably spent way more time, making sure that all the ditches lined up, all the agor lined up. Unlike, 10 years ago, it had been one cross section, and we did just kind of, split the model and just ignored it. But now that we have all this beautiful model, like, how do we actually get it into sheets so that we're not manipulating it a lot further down the road? So I guess the 3 things I'm going to talk about is understand and use annotations and let the program actually annotate for you. I'm going to say create some project specific dgen libs. This gets more complicated than just, knowing how to model. You have to understand like how the product works, and what it's actually annotating. And I'm going to say use some display rules. We'll get to that in a little bit. So as we talked about earlier, Matt talked about earlier, what are the cross-section sheets supposed to look like? And this is all from the standard drawings that don't exist yet. So we're supposed to see, what do we see? They exist, but yeah. Where are they? Anyways, grading, subgrade lines. So we're not supposed to see, we're going to hatch the existing concrete pavement. We're going to cross hatch subgrade stabilization. We're going to show, basically in Ohio, we're showing ditch elevations and grading slopes. No pavement layers, no pavement slopes. But what are we getting? This is, I've seen this more times than not, that everyone has all the pavement layers on. We have slopes. We have slopes from, models that probably we don't even need, that are not perpendicular to our pattern line. So they're showing some random slope that some reviewers going, this doesn't make sense, So, it's just sad. So like Matt talked about, you got to add that subgrade line in. add it into your models. It's fairly easy. You know, the kind of the pain in the butt part is that seating, you know, getting that in there in your model and in your end conditions. But there's a CAD tube video for it, so I promote that. So the first thing is turn everything off. You know, we don't need to see payment, you know, we don't need to see all the points. I don't like seeing little tiny dots in your PDFs. Just turn everything off that you don't need to do. So now we have this annotation and we have these slopes with that we're just, you know, annotating on top of things. But what is annotations? I think these are all pretty, we know what they are now. You know, they're automatic. You get them from your drawing view creation, you get slopes, grid, you get the end area box. If you did your earthwork right, you might get the cut and fill. If everything is, you know, if your point names are named what JD thought they should be named, or Eric Thomas, may he, if you ever remembered. Just make sure, yeah. So I get so many times, you know, why isn't my ditch elevation showing up? Well, what did you name it? Why isn't my PGL showing up? Well, what did you name it? Do you actually know how these annotations work? You do need to know how these things work, because, you know, either you're going to send some intern in there to delete them all, or you're going to, you know, figure out how not to annotate. So we're going to update the annotation groups so future you doesn't have to do a bunch of rework when somebody changes a profile on you. So this is how they work basically. So there's point name annotations. So this is where you have to have an XGL name on your point, a PGL name on your point, or some LDitch inside. You know, you can edit these things, but if you want it to work default out of the box from ODOT, you probably should follow these names. Earthwork and seating tables. If you don't have a PGL point, you're not going to get it. I'm saying you probably don't want it anyways, but that's why I just remove it from my annotation group with permission, and we'll do a spreadsheet, because spreadsheets are what we do in engineering other than CAD. So the default slope labels, how are those coming in? Those are just, right now, they're set up as all segments on the top of the model that don't have a zero slope and the width is greater than 2.9 feet. So I guess that was, you know, what was determined. But if you really need to not label things, you're going to have to do some edits to this. So when we edit these slope labels, what are we doing? Filtering segments. Okay. So basically, we're going to filter segments so that you just label point names. And you have to edit your annotation groups in the 2D model. You can't edit it from your cross-section views or your sheet views. You have to be in the 2D model, and the points on in your model have to have a feature definition. Otherwise, this won't work. So we're going to go into our, good thing I can read. Points are not shamed. Yeah, okay. So basically, we're going to create a filter. So we're going to go into our 2D design view, and we're going to manage our annotation groups. And then once we manage our annotation groups, we're going to have to go into the slope and then change it from use all segments to just create a list of segments. So in the default, there is a list of segments in there that has been created a long time ago and forgotten about. So you have to delete them out, load a template in, and then you can just basically select the segments that you actually want to model or want to label. So a couple important things you need to do. These segments have to have unique names. So if you're doing a left and a right end condition and you decided, I just want to keep all these names the same, you can't do that because it has to be unique. It'll only label one of those pairs. Don't ask me how I know this. Another thing is they have to have feature definitions. They won't find anything that doesn't have a feature definition. It's fine with the named overrides, and that's basically if you name everything the same, you know, your R tie or your L tie and your ditches, you just get, those are fine to use. And then you're going to remove and re-annotate your cross sections. So another thing that we're going to do is, right now we have, every time you re-annotate, you're going to have to click 4 or 5 annotations and then wait and then re-annotate. So I like having a specific project DGN lib that I put custom project specific annotation groups in. So one good thing you need to know is civil annotations, import, export, visible. You want to make sure that's on. It makes it a lot easier to copy and import annotations. So basically, I'm going to create a specific project annotation group that includes my guardrail, that includes my drainage, utilities, right of way. And basically, I'm going to get rid of stuff I don't need. So there are 50 easement types. My project only uses 2 of them. It's going to take me a little bit of upfront work, but really, as you get along, that'll save you, seconds each time you want to re-annotate, that it doesn't have to look for those other things. So here's another thing I like to do is create custom cell labels for my job. This 70 job I'm working on has a bunch of ramps, a bunch of match lines. So just like your right-of-way lines, I'm going to create match line feature definitions. That basically, if I put a line in, make it 3D, it's going to show up and it's going to label it automatically. So I don't have to go in and find each match line. And since it is a line, I can reference it into my other drawing. So I get a match line on the left and, pointing one way and a match line pointing the other way. So basically you just have to create a cell. It's got to be a 3D cell. I like to make a thick line there because when your models don't quite match up, it kind of covers that up. Which is not my fault they don't line up. It's program's fault, right? Unless you want to run a bunch of different key stations where the stations line up, you're going to get some little gaps that a reviewer might not understand that it really does connect, but it doesn't look like it does. So we're going to create a feature definition. I have feature definitions for left and right for all my ramps, and then you create annotation groups. A lot of this stuff is, you don't have to figure it out yourself. You can just, use the right of way one and kind of copy what was there and change them. So here we're going to create a linear element, annotate it just like we do to get our right of way in, except for this is kind of a proposed one. So, I made that stick so it went under the ground, so I don't have to be real close to the proposed ground, but it makes it better. And this is basically when I put in my models into my sheets, then I'm going to see some of a ramp and I'm going to see my main line. So I really don't, it's nice to see both of those things at the same time. A lot of times in the past, we just turned it off because we didn't know exactly, we knew it kind of connected, but we weren't 100% sure. So they just turned it off, or even with old Geopack days, it was just a bunch of handwork. So the last thing I'm talking about is display rules and display styles. This is kind of something I got from the Bentley master class, is trying to, figure out how to use these display rules and display styles for what are they, I guess is the first thing. We've all kind of played around with the 3D view, and, you can get different display styles to show heat maps or color in your pavement. But there are display rules as well, and the display rules can be attached to a display style. So this display rule is a set of conditions or actions that change the look of an active file. They're kind of like a pen table, basically, that you can see, a live pen table. So they allow us to change. You can hatch cross-section elements, and you can get them to print them to what they look, print them like you want them to look. So basically, we're going to add a display style and apply it to a view. The one to get cross sections to work is this MS pattern orientation rotate with view equals 0. So you have to set that so you can see your cross hatching on the side of elements as opposed to just on the top. Another key thing is your meshes must be solid to hatch. So sometimes if you connect two templates together, like right next to each other, ORD doesn't know what to do with those, so it'll just make holes in your patterns or holes in your meshes, and you can't have that. So the connected template drops, and sometimes display rules also will cause meshes to turn not solid, so they won't hatch for you. So basically, it's a one-button thing that you can make your cross section look like you want it to print. The cut views don't really respond well to pen tables, so it's like really hard to make, like say, an existing ground a little gray or that kind of stuff. But you can do that with display rules, and it'll automatically hatch things just all at once. You don't have to go in and find the 3D element and give it a certain style. So it's really powerful. These are kind of a pain to work with. Because trying to get a selection set is not very logical, but the first one here is preferences nesting depth at 0. So that basically just turns anything black. So I just start off, I'm going to turn everything black. Now your users are not going to like this because they probably turn their sheet black for some reason instead of leaving it white. So it'll make everything disappear on them. So I set it to black because that's default. It also makes everything look right when you print it with basically WYSIWYG printing. What you see is what you get. But people will be mad at you for this. So tell them to turn it to yellow, or they can edit it later. And then basically I set, if you have a logical name of gray, we're going to print it gray. So on my job, all of my ramps that aren't a part of the main line that you're seeing, I'm gonna turn them gray so it's people think, this isn't the main part of this cross-section sheet. And then I'm going to turn my terrain model to a gray color because the existing ground line, we can kind of push that to the back a little bit. And then the key here is this element meshes level. If you find that and you can use that, you can pull all the meshes on the right level. You can use chemically stabilized subgrade, and then you can hatch it automatically. So I have that chemically and then concrete gets hatched. Asphalt's just gray because we think it's dirt, I guess. And then basically we're gonna make the wireframe, and we're gonna add a display rule to it. So I have this in my project DGN lib. So I just created one so people don't have to figure stuff out. They can just edit it. And we're going to display the style. And basically it just does it for you automatically, and then you can print it out. So key takeaways: use the annotation groups, edit them to what you want it to be. Don't hand edit anything unless you're never planning on making changes ever. Use display rules to hatch and grayscale print of sections. So those interns have to find something else to do. And then save time and plan production so you can make your models better. So any questions? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's easy. So I like to take vacations. So these are MOT pictures from different places. So no, not Ohio. U.S. Virgin Islands, they like to make roads on paper only. So thanks. Sure. Yes. Yeah, we have to do that for every single 3D element that you want to. So if you have, 5 or 6 elements in the 3D, you have to go into the 3D element and then change it and add that element template, which this just allows you just to click a button and switch it over. And then you don't have to select everything that you want hatched. Doesn't like it when it's not a whole thing. So even when you're labeling things, if you clip things, like it won't find the 2 points that it wants to label. So if you clip something, it'll only find 1 point, so it's not going to label that slope. So any questions? Sure.
Oh. Don's coming to steal the presentations from I think that says something, right? Hey, don't take his thunder. Hey. All right. All right. So we're a little early, but let's just take a longer networking break. Since I feel like last break we were all talking, so we'll just start back up around 2 for those online with our remaining consultant presentations. So see you guys online back here in a little bit. All right. So we'll get started here with the last 2 agenda items. Kim Perkins from HNTB is going to present 2 different topics here. So the floor is yours.
Okay, I don't promise that it'll be an hour long, and I have quite a few topics to kind of go over. So I'm Kim Perkins. I work for HNTB. I've been with HNTB for about 10 years, and right now I act as a roadway lead, kind of the CAD manager of the office, directing some of these workflows and getting into project management also. So. Work. So 3 main topics that I'm going to kind of hit on today. We do plan production with text files or separate annotation files. I want to just kind of show you what our workflow is if you are interested and want to work that into your workflow also for plan production. Some earthwork creation, maybe some lessons learned from that, and then a workflow for some earthwork review that we use in our office. So starting with plan production with text files, kind of the 3 main things of the reason that we moved to text files, separated text files. You guys are all familiar with the workflow of the name boundary sheet creation tool, that it creates a drawing model, and the previous direction from ODOT, or the current direction from ODOT is to annotate in those sheet files. We're currently experiencing like sheet instability, so I am trying to be more efficient and separate those workflows. One workflow to have somebody annotate the data that would show up in a plan sheet, and then also a separate workflow for somebody to just create the sheets itself, which that sheet is just the border, and maybe if there's a profile, the profile is still annotated in there. So I want to focus just on plan view only. It's also kind of helped with our file performance. If we can separate this data heavy civil labels that we're using into a separate file, we do that. And then, like I said, just a preservation of completed work. We're doing work stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. More than half of the time that text should follow through each of those stages if the design hasn't changed. So we put it in a separate text file so that if we have an issue with the sheet file itself, or maybe the alignment changed, which corrupts the name boundaries and the sheets themselves, you still have the text related to the design for the most part, and just recreate those sheets, adding in the text files. This is, I kind of stole the graphic that was in ODOT's plan and profile sheet PDF. It's a guide. The only thing that's different is anything in yellow. So the steps for plan sheet creation is base map files, a container file, and then they went directly to sheet files. And in that, they described a process where you create the annotation for that sheet within the sheet drawing models. We created a separate step in that process where we just create text files as a separate file that we manage. So our process is base maps, container file, text file, and then the container and text goes into the sheet file. It seems to be working really well for us. And then when I teach younger staff, I try to really reiterate that we keep a range. That 901 to 999 is what we use for the naming convention for those text files. So if you're looking in your project folders, what you see first is, let's say you're making a plan sheet only, a GP000 is the container with all the references. 1 through 900 or whatever would be just dedicated sheet files. And then anything from the 901 to 999 range is just text files that go with that sheet. So that it seems to be working really well for us. And then we just reference that text file along with the container to make those sheets. So the image I have on the left there is, it is a text file with some name boundaries. So usually you create a container file that houses all your references, and you may create your name boundaries in that file too. So I just bring that in, and also separately the alignment file. It's just better if you're annotating from an alignment, do a direct reference of that alignment file in the file you're trying to create something from. And then you see all those yellow lines at the bottom there. It's just used as a guide to rotate your view if you're creating text along alignment. So the way the name boundaries are created and the way the sheet is oriented around that name boundary, if you do a direct chord from where the name boundary intersects with the alignment, that should be the orientation of the sheet. So when you create those lines, just create scratch level lines as a guide for how the sheet should be oriented and how that text can be oriented within that sheet. The other thing we found, we do like to use the civil labels. They're really useful. We just tried to limit it to 10 sheets of data at a time. That's really heavy, or we found that it's continuously looking for that data, trying to update and reference that information just in case it changed. So what you try to do, we have a project that's about 11 miles long, so we're trying to limit how much data is in a file by limiting how many sheets of data we put in a file. So just as an efficiency again, and then just in case anything happens, we still have all that information. And I think one of the other things that you're seeing in this is that we're actually annotating the alignment in this also. We just have a lot of issues with our PC, PT points. Most of the time, we're trying to move that data around other data, and get it out of the road or whatever. And the text file we found has been a really good place to do that. So the only issue with this process is that I'm leaving out the white space of a sheet. So if you imagine what the name boundary is in this particular sheet, your name boundary is leaving a little bit of white space between the data within the name boundary and the border itself. So you ideally, for most of our projects, I'm trying to get some data within that white space to get it out of the way, because I'm not looking to get that I'm trying to create space for other labels. I don't have a great solution for that other than putting it in the drawing boundary, but the issue with the drawing boundary method is that you don't know where the limit of the space or the sheet border is. Some people might cringe, but we are placing some data within the sheet itself. That data does get lost if the sheet is recreated. It's just, I still think it's worth it to create these separate text files, and then whether you place the text in the white space outside the name boundary within the sheet or within the drawing boundary, doesn't matter. If those sheets have to be recreated, that data has to be recreated in the same spot. So. And it sounds like we have lots of level management, level display issues. I guess I also created a sheet or created a slide just on this topic yet again. I usually have a lot of younger, less experienced staff working on plan production, and I needed a very quick reference of how are they setting up their references for their files. I had a pretty rudimentary image that I share with them. So for this presentation, I spruced it up a little bit. So for us at HNTB and for our Ohio office, I direct my staff to, if they're getting into sheet references, they start with the base map. The base map gets referenced into a container. That container should house all the references. And this is where I also use the new level display as allow. In our office, we allow the display overrides in that container file, and we allow new level reference displays. In my experience, it seems like we are typically still creating base maps or in the middle of creating base maps while we'll then try to make sheets out of some of the data that we need to see. So if you have that option as never, you're going to be missing a lot of important data from the design itself in your sheets. So it's just a preference that I have for my office to have that set as always. There is a chance that I'll see a lot of garbage, but if there's some people in different disciplines drawing stuff, but to me, that's a good way to catch why are you drawing those things in those base maps, and to clean that up so that we don't have less important information in there. So that data, if you're creating scratch lines or other important or less important stuff, you should do that in another file. And then my text files are also there, and we reference those directly into the sheet file along with the container. So, and then I have the reference settings for each of the models that live in a sheet file: the design model, the drawing model, the sheet model, and what those reference settings would be as you're bringing them, all of those files in. So it's just I just wanted to share what we are doing when we're doing plan production. It's worked really well. This also helps us isolate where we're actually manipulating level displays. So for us, this is working for us to only have to manipulate level displays in the container file only. So with these settings. So I am not having issues when we're creating sheets with these settings as we move forward in plan production. So these references in the sheet file, just as a reference, those display overrides are set to never in every model, and we want the new level display as always, or allow in all of the models. The one issue that I came across that our corporate CAD staff share with me, I have a link in the bottom there, was related to settings from design model, which is what is in that drawing model option. If you're not familiar with that, that's how those display settings get set. Yes, the view one is important that Matt mentioned earlier, but in this, it also exposed an issue related to design model and then also multi-model. So if a file gets created or a new model is created, a multi-model, the multi-model is actually the thing that is controlling your level display within your files. So that video there describes that issue in a little more detail, but that should. Yeah. Yep. So it digs into that a little bit. I haven't experienced that issue, but I wanted to share that if that's something somebody else is having a problem with. It might be just one more thing to look at and explore if you're trying to troubleshoot an issue. So that's it. That's all I have on text plan creation. Maybe pause right there if anyone has any questions related to that. A code for the text file? Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add that.
Okay. All right. I'll move on to some earthwork creation. I realize that there's a lot of information on this slide that you probably, if you're here in person, you can't see. But the main thing with earthwork creation, with the end goal of end area volumes, you need to plan. I can't stress that enough, of how you set up your corridors. There's a few questions I put in there that you should be asking up front before you start actually modeling your design. Ask what features need to be in those cross sections, and do they contribute to end area volumes? What max vertical and horizontal clearances are needed to show the entire design without having to match line to a tie down point. I know we have 5 scale and we have 10 scale as an option. I've also used 20 scale recently to prevent the need of creating match lines for tie downs. Make sure you limit your corridors to 1 mile sections. That's just good modeling practice. Our corridors divided in a way that you can match where you would match line cross section earthwork. So we had presenter that talked about match lines. We also use match lines in cross sections, but your model also needs to be set up, or your corridors also need to be set up to match what you would annotate in a cross section, because there is no way to control the stations or the views of what is calculated in end area volumes. So that control is just what is in your model, or what is in that corridor. So and then last one are special considerations like horizontal curve corrections needed for your sections. I might dig into that a little bit more later, but just know that if you're using end area volumes, horizontal curve corrections cannot be done currently in ORD. So my suggestion with this other image on the side, this is from the sample plans. It's showing a layout of what the cross-section planometrics would look like on a project. This is an interchange. A roundabout would also do. Have a game plan of where you want those, and then generally use that as a guide of how you're dividing up the corridors and models. Because on those sections where the 2 planometrics are touching, that is a match line that you would like to build into your model, especially for earthwork and end area volumes. This is just something I run across every time that I review earthwork. You have to know that there are volume options within the feature definitions. That's how end area volumes are created, or just volumes in general. Those volume options are very important on how it's actually created. So existing features, you can just say the volume option is just existing. It's going to treat it as an existing thing as it's doing the earthwork volume. There's unsuitable, and then how it's treating the unsuitable space. So is it removing only, or is it replacing? Proposed features, those have proposed volume options, so design, cut, design again for some other things. And this applies to both meshes and terrains, as an FYI. And then display only features. A lot of times there's PMs or just reviewers that would like to see things that don't actually matter for volumes. You might have an existing, let's see, I have guardrail there. Guardrail shouldn't be counted as earthwork. It's just a display only feature. So just make sure that you're using the correct feature definitions when you're creating creating your cross sections. And then I guess maybe one other thing to kind of keep in mind is when you're creating earthwork, you should be creating a new file to do that initial cut, fill, volume earthwork creation. Do not do that in another file that has the corridors, the alignments, the design of any sort. With those files, it should be its own separate file that is just doing a comparison between your corridor and your terrain. Some things that I've come across when I've done some earthwork and reviewing earthwork. We have lots of projects that have resurfacing, and yes, we do model it half the time to just get elevations for other things to tie into. You just need to make sure that the staff that's modeling is not using a design option as the feature definition of those resurfacing components. Obviously, you see there in that image, green is cut, blue is fill, and there's a shape at the very top there that has a lot of blue and green that's kind of bouncing back and forth. That's because that's actually an overlay that should not have cut or fill at all. So just something to keep in mind. The other important thing is making sure that your existing terrains that you're using for or to do a comparison with your proposed components, proposed designs, make sure that there are no voids in that surface. It just seems like a lot of the existing terrains that we've been getting on projects have random voids in them, which sometimes means that that's an area that should be filled in with ground survey, or on this particular project, the reason it's a void is because it's a ditch. It was LiDAR. It's also not a jurisdictional ditch, but it still needs to be filled in. And there was a lot of existing ditches on this project. So you need to make sure that those are filled. It can accumulate into a large quantity of missed cut and fill earthwork volumes. That shouldn't be new, but just as an FYI, just make sure that your voids are not void. Some ORD limitations. I created a dumb graphic here to kind of give a sense of what ORD is capable of when it's creating the volumes for earthwork. It's doing a straight comparison between the existing terrain and the lowest proposed element or component from the model. So if you have things like these steps that are over top of your pavement, a lot of times in your cross sections, there's a straight line. We're creating subgrade components that kind of skip that area, but just be aware that it is not calculating cut or fill. It's creating cut, but it does not create any fill volumes in that area, which for the most part is probably fine for a lot of projects. It is a very small quantity. But on a larger project like the one I'm working on, it's going to accumulate and account for a lot of missing fill on the project. So just keep that in mind as you're doing earthwork. I haven't come up with a fix for this yet, but it is something I'm aware of that I need to account for in our workflow at some point. And then last thing, correcting for curvature. This is something I ran across again on another same massive project. When you're doing end area volumes, you're all engineers, so you are aware that it is doing the average between two cross sections multiplied by the length between the two. So 50 feet for the most part. But when you're on a curve, if you think about going on a left curve, you're missing a lot. There should be some sort of curve correction. So if you have mostly fill on one side, like I do on this project on the left, I have only fill on the right side of the alignment. And so when I have a left curve, that length should actually be like 52 or 53 feet. So when you're doing end area volumes, if you're doing strictly end area volumes, you're missing a lot of that cut or fill volume within that calculation. So Geopack used to have an option that automatically did curve correction. The L&D manual talks about how you should be labeling that length correction. And Geopack also spit out a report that provided that extra length. ORD does not have that capability. When I had our corporate CAD staff reach out to Bentley, Bentley's suggestion was to create a plan view named boundaries that are the same length as your cross section interval. So if you have 50-foot intervals of cross sections, you would create a plan view name boundary that is 50 foot in length. And then you can run this, what's called a quantity report by name boundary. And it's giving the exact correct cut and fill volume within that 50-foot section. And then you need to somehow get that section, get that corrected earthwork back into your cross sections. So just to be aware that that's an issue. If you're creating earthwork and you're noticing that your earthwork, your end area volumes is not matching the overall cut and fill volume, it may be because of this. I talked about pushing those values into sections. So currently how the earthwork table is working, you do the end area volume report, and that end area volume report creates a fragment, and that fragment gets attached to the earthwork table. So the cut and fill areas and volumes you're seeing are coming from this XML report that gets generated. If you're doing a curve correction, I know everyone's talking about tables, but I have an extra idea of creating item types similar to how we do borders. That can work with seating and the sheet totals and any corrected cut and fill volumes that you're creating. So if you have values in a spreadsheet and we're asked to put it on cross sections, my method is to create item types that can take the values from your table and be pushed into cross section tables and sheet totals. We talked a little bit, sounds like everybody has some concerns about the seating. Maybe one idea or extra workflow that you guys can probably try to use would be component quantity reports from your corridors. If you're using the correct feature definitions, they should be using like finished surface, bore slope, ditch, back slopes. It's spitting that out, and what that report that gets spit out is also a report on those particular features at the intervals of your corridor. So you could take all of those component lengths and put those into a table, calculate your seating area, and again, just push those numbers back into your sheets. So just an alternative method if you don't want to use the dirt volume calculation. It's kind of a half-baked idea. We did use it on a project, but not well for the item types because I don't fully know how to really generate that and create that into a sheet. So, but I think that would maybe make things a little more automated. On 11 miles, that's like 600 sheets of cross sections. So I was very concerned about having to do this manually. Was not interested in doing that. So that's kind of it on that. On the earthwork creation. Any questions on that topic? Okay, yeah, I pushed or asked you guys about the earthwork creation or correction around horizontal curves. Bentley's idea was to submit an idea I submitted the language to you guys and you guys posted it. So hopefully Bentley can add that tool back into the program so that we don't have to create a whole separate process of creating plan sheet name boundaries and then doing earthwork that way.
So the item types in the table, for you creating another cell to place?
Yeah.
Or is it like manually adding in all the text fields?
We created a whole separate cell that would be placed. It's within our DGN libs that, and the annotation groups, it would place it on each sheet that had that item type with just blank fields. And then really I know the item types can be a little more smart and probably look up that data eventually, but I don't want it to have that capability yet. I just want the functionality of these item types as pushing data into a spreadsheet, maybe manipulating data there and then pushing it back into the sheet. I know item types can be created in a way that have expressions that look up like component lengths, and they can do calculations within the item type. I don't think we just didn't have time to create something like that, but the in between was just create an item type that's attached to a cell. And then once that cell is placed in the cross sections, like the earthwork table, you can just export all of those item types into a spreadsheet, and then it's got the model name of every one of those cross sections that you can just fill out the length and then calculate your area.
I like the seating idea, something to look at maybe.
Sure. Okay. And then just a quick process on how to maybe a way to do some earthwork reviews if that's your responsibility of reviewing those areas and volumes within the cross sections. Just the simplified process. It's a model, then it gets pushed into a cross section, and then a separate file is created where the volumes are generated. That gets referenced into cross sections, or those volumes get put into the cross sections using the end area volume report. And that report that gets generated can be saved down into a spreadsheet. And when I'm doing reviews, I'm going to skip forward a bit. I'm actually reviewing that spreadsheet. I have a table, essentially, a PDF of the stations, the areas, the volumes. And then I'm just combing through that spreadsheet and providing comments on what needs to be changed. So I kind of use this checklist. I'll step back to it. I'm going to use this checklist of what I'm reviewing when I'm checking earthwork volumes. I will do a gut check first. I'll compare the end result of the end area volumes to the volume mesh and just make sure that I think that they are in the ballpark of each other. Obviously, the volume mesh should be more accurate, but the end area volumes should generally follow that. I'm checking the station ranges. Obviously, end area volumes rely on those station ranges. I'm going to also check if there's volume exceptions. If you're coming across a bridge, obviously you do not want to calculate earthwork through the bridge. That should be an exception. I'm going to check the volume shapes in the cross sections visually and make sure that it's calculating the correct components. And I do that using the cross section navigator tool. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that navigator tool, But what it does, it will open up the drawing models into one of your views, and you can step through each of the drawing models to one, visually just make sure that those components and volume shapes look correct. And then also do a series of random checks on those areas and make sure that those seem accurate between what you're measuring and what the spreadsheet is producing. Some might view that as a waste of time, but I just don't trust the program enough to be able to produce quantities the way I need it to. So I just work, that's part of my workflow. Make sure only the relevant volumes are included in the cross sections. I can't remember why I said that, but oh, I don't have my note. I can't scroll down to the note. And then I just step through those areas, volumes, and totals just to confirm all those values are correct. What you're seeing there is that cross-section navigator tool. You're seeing that tool is open to a group of name boundaries, and then you can navigate to the section you're interested in reviewing. And then when I am in a cross section, while I'm visually there, if I'm interested in trying to review, just triple check that area is correct. I'll just use the flood measure tool, hold control, and you can flood many areas at a time. Do not select them. Your computer will crash. It's not able to click on a shape. It's also going to give you the entire 3D shape volume rather than just what you're seeing on your screen. So that's why I use the flood tool. It's pretty rudimentary. I don't have a better way of doing this, but this is my method to make sure that I am comfortable with that end area volume and what the volume is on the sheets. So I do a first review of just the earthwork calculations, and then stepping through the model, the drawing models, and going through my checklist and making sure that I agree with what those volumes are. And then I do a second review and make sure that those numbers made it into the sheets correctly. And that's it. Any questions? Maybe a better way of reviewing earthwork? Okay.
See if there's any questions online, but nothing's come in, so. Joe.
So, gotta have a highlight slide here. So thanks again to all the presenters. If you guys are interested, this could be you. So let us know. I'm sure we'll reach out again. But again, I think we got a lot out of these presentations in this meeting today. So hopefully you guys did as well. Sounds like Matt's got some more work to do. No, or all of us do really. Oh, I even did a little swirl for you guys too. So we're in a little bit early, which I don't think anyone's going to complain about. I did want to mention that the next user group meeting, July 10th, we will most likely be having a couple Bentley people come in for that. So don't really have that agenda set just yet, but I want to let you guys know. That's kind of what we're thinking about for the next user group meeting. Thanks for everyone for coming out. Thanks for everyone online. Hopefully you guys got a lot out of it. As always, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us, submit a support request. I will get the recording and this PowerPoint uploaded probably sometime tomorrow, as well as sending out for all the people who came in person. I'll send out those CPD certificates tomorrow as well. Anyone that's hasn't, that's in person that didn't sign in outside and you want your credit, just get with me before you leave, I don't think it's running anymore in the back, so. Yeah, something you're gonna say?
I was gonna say, if there's something you want to see in particular from Bentley in July, let us know probably sooner than later so they can start to prepare. If you just want to use it as a bash Bentley fest, then you can do that too.
Just
Don't
wait,
do
wait till,
that.
just wait till Don.
Don left, so we can't even give him a hard time, but I was hoping he'd be here. But no, thanks again for everyone who participated, either here presenting or online, so thanks.
Have a good one.